Here's a health and safety announcement. There is no fire alarm anticipated today. If the fire alarm sounds, please leave the building through the nearest fire exit by following the green running man signs above the doors and make your way to the rear of the car park. The organiser of the meeting will tell you when it's safe to return. This is a smoke-free building. If you wish to smoke, there is a smoking shelter at the rear of the car park alongside the building. Toilets are available in the stairwell of the building at each floor landing. Water is available in reception. Finally, please make sure all phones are either muted or switched off. Well, good morning and welcome to this Planning Committee meeting on Tuesday, 25th of April 2023. I am the Chair, Councillor Eileen Wragg. To my right is the Vice Chair, Councillor Sarah Chamberlain. The supporting officers present today are, can't see him, Ed Freeman it says, but it's not, it's James Brown at the far end, Mrs Ormsby, and then Damien Hunter. Wendy Ormsby is Development Manager, Damien Hunter is a Planning Solicitor, and Wendy Harris, our indispensable Democratic Services Officer. This meeting today is being streamed live to the Council's YouTube account, so can I remind all members and officers making a contribution to the meeting to use a microphone or your comments will not be heard. We'll now start the meeting by doing a roll call of committee members. Wendy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with yourself, Councillor Wragg.
Present.
Councillor Chamberlain, Vice Chair.
Present.
Councillor Bloxham.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Davey.
Present.
Councillor De Sarum.
Present, thank you, Wendy.
Councillor Gazzard.
Present.
Councillor Key.
Present, Wendy.
Councillor Lawrence.
Present, thank you, Wendy.
Councillor Pratt is not here this morning, but he's going to be here this afternoon. And then we've got Councillor Skinner.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. We are caught for today's meeting, Chair.
Thank you. Agenda item 1, registered speakers. The revised running order and speakers for today's planning applications can be found on pages 4 to 6 of the agenda. Agenda item 2, apologies, Wendy.
Yes, we've received apologies from Councillor Rylance, Councillor Coleman, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Howe, Councillor Pook, and Councillor Pratt for the morning only.
Thank you. Item 3, declarations of interest. I think most of us have had emails. Trying to think which one it is I've had now. Queen's Drive space, that's item 10, 230504 full. If I think of any more, oh yes, and I'm not quite sure, but as they come up and I remember them, I'll look them up on my iPad.
Would you class that as lobbying emails?
Yes. Councillor De Sarum.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I declare that I'm a member of I sit on the Exmouth Queen's Drive delivery group, and also we are obviously being a district councillor. The land under consideration, item 10, is owned by the district, so I make that declaration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think that applies to all of us, doesn't it, David?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking here because the Queen's Garden one, which is the application number
Queen's
again?
Drive.
Yeah.
Right, application number
230504.
Yeah,
full.
thank you. I'm just trying
Yeah.
to flick to it on my phone.
Yeah.
285. Can I just come back to that in a moment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any more declarations? Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 6, 22/0406, land at Cobden's in Cranbrook. I am ward member for Wimpole, and part of the land from Wimpole runs into this
Thank
plan.
you.
Thank you.
Councillor Gazzard.
Thank you, Chair.
Item 10, just to declare an effects NRI, I think it's. I'm an Exmouth Town Councillor, and I also sit on the placemaking delivery group for Queen's Drive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
Thank you. 220406 MOUT Cobden's. I received the email that I think most people did with the information about the application. I'm also a member of Cranbrook Town Council, but I've had no discussions on this particular application. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Brown.
Yeah, I'm the ward member for the one 22/2782.
Thank you. Councillor Key.
Yeah, ward member for number 8. Item 9.
Yep. Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Davey.
Yeah, I don't know if we have to declare these, but I've had the same email with the plans for the land at Cobden, so item number 6. And like Councillor Gazzard, I'm also on Exmouth Town Council and the Queen's Drive Delivery Group.
Yeah, that was one I had as well. 220406 major outline. I had an email of lobbying.
Can I just confirm, if we're declaring ward councillors and parish, then agenda item 7 for me?
Yeah, Councillor.
Item 10, as one of the ward members, item 10 for me as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, any more?
Chair, could I just ask something? Councillor De Sarum, if we go to, it's page 287 of the agenda, there's some comments in there which I'd just like to run past you.
Oh, thank you.
You've said here about the Town Council's comments as shown below. No objection, though members were concerned that there was restricted scope of use for sport and recreation due to the uneven ground. Members also cited their concern regarding the suitability, usability of the site for sports due to tendency to become saturated with rainwater, which is fine. But then it says, I also know that as the report says, it would be a temporary permission and therefore reversible and is considered to be acceptable in planning terms until the site's long future is determined. And so it then says, so as it's a temporary use, I see no reason not to support it until the site is in the next 4 years sorted out. So I say yes to the application which is before us. So obviously it is suggesting that you've already predetermined and made your mind up in respect of this application. I'd like to get your comments in respect to that, please.
That's very helpful. No, I was merely making supportive comments in regard to the information that is given, given that the fact that the fitness space is currently under use. And I confirm to any members watching the broadcast live today that I haven't predetermined my thoughts, but I was merely offering supporting, guiding comments. And I must thank you, Damien, for picking up such positive thoughts. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you. As I say, I think it's just a little bit concerning sometimes when, words like this of I say yes to the application. And, I think you may be saying things along the lines of you're minded to approve subject to hearing, the debate from both sides. So I think it's just something to note for future reference for all members to be a little bit careful in how you're wording things because it can come across looking like you've made your mind up if not. Okay, thank you for your clarification.
Thank you. Right, I think we're all done. Oh, wait, yeah. Item 4, matters of urgency, there are none. Item 5, no items to be dealt with after the public have been excluded. Now we move into the meeting. Item 6, applications 22, it's major outline, land at Cobden's, north of London Road, east of Cranbrook. And over to Mrs. Ormsby to present the report, please.
Good morning. So this application is an outline planning application for up to 1,453 new residential dwellings, a neighbourhood centre with a maximum of 750 square metres of gross ground floor space, including use classes E, sui generis hot food takeaways, pubs and bars, a 3-form entry primary school with associated nursery, a community room, a 50-place special educational needs school, public open space, and suitable alternative natural green space. And apologies, my mouse is not working. Just scroll down my notes. There we go. It also includes, so as I mentioned, suitable alternative natural green space, drainage basins, landscaping, a place of worship, a parsonage, a cemetery, 10 service pitches for gypsies and travellers, the demolition of 4 barns and associated infrastructure, with all matters reserved except for the principal vehicular accesses off London Road to the south, connection to Phase 1 to the west, connection road to Phase 1 to the west, and vehicular access for the service pitches for the gypsies and travellers off London Road to the southeast. And what you see here is the red line showing the extent of the application site for which we're considering today. So the application, as I've mentioned, is in its outline with just the access to be agreed, but there are certain elements and parameters which are being sort of agreed in principle in terms of how the development may come forward in future reserve matters planning applications. So I'm just going to run through some of these broad parameter plans. So what you have before here is showing broadly the land uses as proposed. So the blue land here is the education land, which is about 2.9 hectares, and that includes the land for the primary school, which is going to be funded and built by the applicant, and then in paler blue an indication of where the special educational needs school may be provided. The DfE have now confirmed funding for this. Then in the pink area here, you have the gypsy and traveller pitches proposed in this area here, which is proposed as a static site. The green hatched areas, which you see here and down here, is the Sangs land, which is suitable alternative natural green space. And the principal function of that land is to mitigate recreational activity on sensitive habitat sites elsewhere within sort of the broader catchment of this site by providing on-site space for things particularly like dog walking. It mitigates recreational pressures on places like, for example, the Pearlbed heathlands, etc. So that is the primary function of that land, but an important part of the application. And then in the plain green areas here and in here, you have public open space. So the Sangs land, I said, is actually around the edges here as well as down through here. And the blue that we hear is part of the SUDS scheme, so discharging to 2 existing watercourses within the site. And the orange here is the neighbourhood centre, so partly here and here, and then just seeing how it links up. So outside of the site here is where there would be further elements of the neighbourhood centre provided in an adjoining site. And the yellow land is the, in here, is where it's proposed for the place of worship. And we also have distributed through the site 5 local equipped areas of play and 1 neighbourhood equipped area of play, so ensuring play provision within the site. And in this area here is land proposed for the to be used as a cemetery, although there is still some investigations in terms of ground conditions that need to be taken further to check that it is actually suitable for a cemetery. So if it turns out not to be, then obviously that we would be looking to find another alternative suitable site for that. And you have got going across the north of the site, the railway land here. Obviously, you've got London Road running east-west along here, and there is an area of land to be safeguarded adjacent to the railway land for any potential metro-style railway station that might come in forward in the future. And to the south here, just putting it in context, is the Grange expansion area, so another allocation under policy CB5 for further development. We have as part of the Cranbrook area. And to the east, the site adjoins will be adjoining Cranbrook Phase 4, which is the last phase of the Cranbrook development that's currently being built out. So in terms of linkages, you would have a highway access link through here into Cranbrook Phase 4. You will have the main link road coming in off the London Road here, and then a further access into the Gypsy and Traveller site here. This shows movement, the movement plans around the site. So the thick purple line here is showing the main link road that will run through the site, connecting the London Road through into the wider Cranbrook area. And then you have the primary routes, which are the purple lines within the site, which include segregated foot and cycleways. You've also got secondary routes, which include 3-metre cycleways and footways. And then the pink roads that you see on here are sort of side streets, which would just be a road with a footway. And then there are, within the site, some brown lanes, for example, in here, which would be shared surfaces. And the green links that you will see, some recreational routes around here, are pedestrian-only recreational routes. And there will, in addition, be a cycleway along the main road within the red line application area. So along this part of the London Road, there will be a new cycle lane put in adjacent to the vehicular carriageway. This drawing here is showing you the green and blue infrastructure strategy plan. So this shows the extent of the land set aside for SANGs. Just to make it clear that the tree planting here is indicative only. There will be detailed reserve matters coming forward for landscaping, and the arrangement of how this is actually delivered will be looked at in more detail, so may change. But it's showing the distribution of green space, so the SANGs land down here and around here, and then some of the more formalised public open space within the central part of the site. And the blue features here are showing the SUDS features within the application site. And I think it's worth mentioning down here is an existing pond at one point was going to be removed from the scheme, but it's considered that it has a useful function in terms of biodiversity, and that pond is now being retained. And here is the parameter plan showing the built form, how that might come forward. Again, this is all illustrative, but it's indicating where you've got the purple areas along the frontages with London Road, that building heights will be between 2.5 and some 3-storey. Then where you've got the blue area around here is the school, which is the scale is anticipated of being a 2-storey building. And then within the residential areas, the red is showing 2-storey with occasional 2.5-storey, and the beige areas are predominantly 2-storey. And outside of the neighbourhood centre, the built development is going to be essentially residential within the scheme. And this proposal is shows the overall illustrative master plan for the site. So this is an illustrative drawing. It wouldn't be an approved drawing, but it's quite a useful understanding of how the scheme is envisaged to come forward in terms of the broad distribution of uses within the site and the extent of green space compared to residential dwellings that are being delivered within the scheme. Here we have the phasing plan. Again, this is won't be an approved document because there are some adjustments to this as set out in the officer report, because in particular the main concern being that within the phasing plan as set out here, the allotments would be coming forward in the last phase of development, which officers feel wouldn't be appropriate. So there are conditions to require this phasing plan to be changed, but what it is indicating at the moment is that the first phases are likely to be the elements here in orange and over here. Obviously, they are the 2 points most accessible in terms of existing road connections, obviously coming in from the link that will be coming in from Cranbrook and the main link road coming in from the south from the London Road. Access, the main points of access are to be agreed in detail at this stage. So these are the access plans. This shows the access arrangement from the London Road with the main link road coming in. And the main element here, as you can see, it's a relatively simple T-junction proposed with a new right turn lane coming in to manage access within the site, and these are some of the more detailed technical drawings alongside that. And there is, you can see the cycle lane that's going in along the northern side of the London Road there. This is showing the cycle lane arrangements near the traveller site access in this drawing here, showing how it works going over the crossover into the site. And these are some more detailed drawings showing some of the transport, the access arrangements coming in. And I think more clearly here you can see this is the access into the traveller site. All of these have been considered in consultation with Devon County Highways. There are a few, Devon County are broadly accepting the principle of all of these arrangements, but with a need for a few little tiny tweaks and changes here and there. So there are planning conditions proposed to enable those to be agreed at a future date. Looking across the site then, there's some photographs. I'll try and go through these relatively quickly. So this is, so you get quite a helpful little map in the corner here with the little red arrows which do help to show to you where the photos are taken from. But basically this is a view across Sangs Land towards the barn that is proposed for demolition. And it's worth mentioning about this barn that you will see in the ecology section of the officer report that this barn hasn't yet been fully surveyed for presence of bats, and there is a requirement that needs to be undertaken before the barn is demolished. However, if it were found to be a particularly important, for example, anything like a maternity roost that meant that it shouldn't be demolished, it can be retained. It is not essential that it is demolished to deliver the scheme, hence the fact that officers are satisfied that can be dealt with by planning condition. This is looking east along over the railway and over the Cranny Brook, and this is more Sang land, so land that will be kept as open space. And this is looking from the edge of the residential parcels across to the rising sand land, and then you can see the barn again in the distance. This is looking east, the land's gently rising towards the residential land within the site. And this is looking north from the easternmost boundary across farmland outside the plan area, and looking across the village of Wimple is tucked down below to the right, and I think this helps to demonstrate the limited intervisibility between this wider application site and the village of Wimple, and this view is across from the Sangland. This is looking from Sangland northwest to the railway beyond the ridge, and between the trees is the land indicated for the cemetery. This is from a high point on the Sangland looking west, and the brown field here would be is shown as being land to be developed for residential. And this is looking towards Cranbrook in the distance, and the green land here is Sangland. The brown is to be developed for housing. And this is Sanglang looking to the north of Lower Cobden. And this is again Sangland looking north of Middle Cobden, looking towards Cobden Lane. And this is the southeast corner of the site. The green field is outside of the Cranbrook plan area, and the brown area here is the most southeastern area of the Sangland, adjacent to the Gypsy and Traveller land. And the Grade 2 Little Cobden farmhouse is off to the right-hand side. And this is looking across the school land towards London Road and shows a run of hedgerow which is to be removed. This is a view of Middle Cobden Farm, which is to be demolished. And this is looking south towards London Road. So this is just west of the school land, and again another row of hedgerow which is to be removed. As you know, where possible, we seek to retain hedgerows. So there are times when it is necessary to remove them to enable a good future development. But there is significant replanting and hedgerow replacement within the scheme to mitigate that loss. And the retaining pond and vegetation, which I think you see down here, is to be retained and improved. And this is looking north along the line of the main link road, which will be going effectively straight ahead. It's going through the gap here. And the hedgerows and trees that you see are on this side here are to be retained. So the road, which originally was proposed to come through and remove would result in the loss of the trees, has been realigned and curved around so that those elements can be retained. And this is looking from the stream corridor south, looking towards the southwest and south site boundary. And behind this clump of trees, top right, is Birchwood House, which is a dwelling outside of the application site. And the green field here is residential land and also would accommodate an attenuation basin. This is showing the river crossing area of the main local route will come through. So there will be some, obviously, opening up of the vegetation to allow that to come through. And this is the western side of Southbrook Lane, looking west. So the tree line is the site boundary to the immediate left, and where the officers are standing is where the road would be coming through, going dead ahead, effectively. And the rest of the field is Sangs land and a Sangs car park, and beyond the trees there will be housing. This is a view across residential land towards Cranbrook. And this is looking from the edge of the residential parcel across Lower Southbrook houses and the barn for demolition. So in considering, the elements that make up this application are very much in accordance with the Cranbrook plan and the policies that are seeking to deliver this area of new housing and Cranbrook extension. And it does deliver some significant infrastructure within it, in particular the primary school and the special education needs school. We have had a further update from Devon County Council on the matter of the special educational needs school to confirm that they have, it's been indicated that there is funding that can be made available to bring forward that as an 80-place school and as a 70-place school. And that the securing planning permission will be another big step towards them being able to secure that grant funding. In terms, the officer report considers all the very many issues that have been considered in assessing a large scheme like this. There's a detailed habitat regs assessment which forms part of the application, and concludes that subject to all of the proposed mitigation measures, the scheme can be delivered in accordance with the habitat regulations and in accordance with all our relevant policies, securing biodiversity net gain and ensuring that there is no significant ecological harm that is not being mitigated. There has been consideration about impacts on heritage, nearby listed buildings, of which, again, there is limited, if any, harm, and the conclusion is that at worst there's less than substantial harm, and when looking at that in terms of the guidance in the MPPF, we need to then weigh in the balance the public benefit, and I think the delivery of significant amounts of housing and affordable housing and additional relevant infrastructure weighs very, very heavily in favour in terms of assessing any impact on heritage. As I said, all matters are reserved with the exception of the access points, and subject to conditions to ensure a few minor revisions, Devon County Highways are satisfied with the access provision that is made. Officers consider that this is compliant and is in conformity with the Cranbrook local plan, and that there is significant public benefits arising from this development that outweigh any harm that may arise in terms of limited heritage harm, and ecological impacts are fully mitigated, and as such the officer recommendation is for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive report. Go to the agent now, Jamie Grant. Welcome, Mr. Grant. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. Thank you for providing the opportunity to speak today. As you've heard from Mr. Ormsby already, the proposal before you is for the majority of the Cobden's expansion area of Cranbrook, which was allocated for development initially in the East Devon local plan in 2016. The allocation was again confirmed by the adoption of the Cranbrook plan in October of last year. The development, if approved, will deliver up to 1,435 much-needed new homes. 215 of these would be affordable, and 57 would be made available as custom and self-built development plots to help meet the need of this category of housing in the district. The proposal, however, isn't just providing new homes. The development will also include a wide range of community facilities on site, which would benefit not only the residents of the proposed development, but also both existing residents and the future residents of further planned development of Cranbrook and the wider area. They include a new neighbourhood centre, a 3-form entry primary school, land for a 50-place SEN school, or potentially 70, a place of worship, a cemetery, allotments, play areas, 5 leaps and 1 neep, 10 service gypsy and traveller pitches, over 10% biodiversity net gain, in addition to parkland and open space, including nearly 33 hectares of sands, which exceeds the policy requirement by nearly 6 hectares. Persimmon is also committed to contributing towards the funding of a wide range of additional infrastructure that will be delivered elsewhere in Cranbrook. While I don't have time to list these facilities in full, some of the key highlights include the proposed Health and Wellbeing Centre, a fire station and a leisure centre. The proposals before you have been developed over the last 3 years and are a result of positive collaboration with your officers, stakeholders and residents. This includes the very welcome input from a design review panel undertaken last September, which led to a series of amendments to development, including a number of changes to the proposed neighbourhood centre and general structure of the street network throughout the site. We have also sought to respond to other comments received both prior to submission and during the consideration of the application. Most notably, this has led to amendments to the route that the proposed main link road takes through the site, resulting in the master plan before you today. To conclude, The proposed development is on a site that is allocated for this type of development and is in accordance with the policy set out in the current adopted development plan. I therefore respectfully encourage you to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Grant. Now I have a ward member to speak, Kevin Blakey, but I don't see him here. No. Then we go to you, Councillor Bloxham, as the other ward member.
Thank you, Chair. I note that Wimpole Parish Council have made an objection which is essentially based on opposing the principle of development imposition on the parish boundary. Thank you. Impacts on their neighbourhood plan, an objection to the principle that Cranbrook should come any nearer to the parish, and the fact that the Gypsy and Traveller site should not be in their parish but the parish of Cranbrook. Whilst I understand that these objections exist and are strongly held by some, the fact is that the principle of development and other concerns, such as impacts on the neighbourhood plan, are responded to by finding sound of the Cranbrook plan. The point today is to look at the proposals as they stand rather than continue with objections against the principle of the existence of the town. I note that Cranbrook Town Council raised some objections at the time this application was subject to consultation, and these are set out in the report. Acknowledging that this is outlined with all matters reserved except access, the Town Council's principal concern was the main junction with the London Road, which at the time was designed as an uncontrolled T-junction. I believe this is now proposed to be traffic light controlled, and I'm also pleased to see the provision is made to look to the future by preserving land to cater for access to the Grange development, which will come forward later. I also see the proposals for traffic calming of the London Road. I would prefer to see a more holistic proposals for the length of London Road coming from the Highway Authority to deliver a complete scheme for that road to make it part of the town rather than an inner bypass, which, if left as such, would be detrimental. Recently, the Tresbear application came forward with developer-led temporary calming measures, and again we have that today. For me, it's not grounds to suggest refusal, as it's not the developer's fault that we are where we are, but the responsibility of the Highway Authority dragging its feet on delivering a comprehensive scheme. The application does bring forward a good measure of affordable housing, and I share the Town Council concern about the tenure mix and the heavy reliance on smaller properties. The town does not have a balanced community, and failure to deliver enough larger properties for families is a concern. I'm not in favour of the neighbourhood centre being fronted on London Road. This is a busy road, and I just feel that it's in the wrong place and likely to lead to highway safety and parking issues. I accept this is an outline application, but I look forward to the debate within committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bloxham. Now, I believe that Mrs Ormsby has something to do.
After this.
After this one.
application.
Okay, adjoining ward member, Councillor Richard Lawrence, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I note what Councillor Bloxham has said about the objection from Wimpole. It's quite understandable because the Cobden's expansion was proposed some years ago, and almost all of the site was ceded by Wimpole Parish Council for the use of Cranbrook. But we have documentary evidence to prove that an agreement was reached by the Chief Executive Mark Williams and the Chairman of Wimpole Parish Council that the boundary of Cranbrook would be Cobden Lane. Now, if you look at the picture, you can see in the bottom right-hand section, the triangular bit, where the planned gypsy site is and so on. That's the little bit that that Wimpole Parish Council were bothered about, because that is still part of Wimpole and should never have been, well, they say it should never have been looked at. On the Parish Council meeting on the 17th of November 2014, Mark Williams confirmed the approved plan for Cranbrook does not show it crossing Cobden Lane to come up the London Road. The rest of the boundary stuff is irrelevant. But the consultation to change Cobden Lane took place. Officer James Brown came to Wimpole and showed us what was planned. That was turned down because the boundary, Cobden Lane, has been there since Roman times. Now, you may remember a couple of years ago, the Chief Executive was asked to consider a governance review of the boundary of Cranbrook and Wimpole, and he turned it down. That there should be, at the time, I felt he was backing the bit that Cobden Lane should be the boundary between Wimpole and Cranbrook. I also have a comment here from Cabinet on the 8th of January 2020, about the Wimpole neighbourhood area. And to me, it seems to be supporting the fact that that piece of land should not be incorporated because it will be part of the neighbourhood plan for Wimpole. A couple of other things that I'm not too happy about are that where I don't have a problem with the Gypsy and Traveller site, but there is legislation to show that Gypsy and Traveller sites should be in the right type of place because they live mainly in caravans and so on. This is a flood map of the area, and just here is where the Gypsy site is going to be, right in the middle of a flood area, and I don't understand why it's even considered to be there. I've also heard that the affordable housing for the whole of this site is going to be in that other little triangular bit where they're planning to build something like 200 affordable houses. I always thought that affordable housing should be spread across the whole site and should be interspersed with other housing. The other thing as well is that I've also seen a document which says that Gypsy sites should not be sited on the entrance to a town or on the outskirts of a town where this clearly is. So I would just ask for comments from maybe from James Brown as to where this fits in with the various legislations that exist. I'm not trying to put it off. I mean, I don't have a problem with it other than the fact that Wimpole Parish Council don't like taking Wimpole land. And also I'd like clarification as to when these houses are built and when the Gypsy site is put there, who is responsible? Will it be Cranbrook or will it be Wimpole Parish Council? Thank you.
Right, James, can you respond to that? Or Wendy?
Thank you, Chair. There were quite a number of comments in there. And I will try and address them. But if there's anything you want a particular response to, please, through the chair, do come back to me. Just in terms of the timescales for and the process by which we've arrived at this stage, I think it's just worth me reiterating that the Cranbrook plan has been through a long gestation. It has been out to consultation on a number of occasions during that plan making process, 2017, 2018, 2019 for the pre-submission consultation, and then was finally adopted by the council, having been found sound in 2022. So I fully understand and fully respect the concerns about the local concern in terms of where land sits in whose parish, but actually from a plan point of view, we have adopted a development plan here that includes that triangular area of land that's been the subject of the comments from Councillor Lawrence. And therefore, at this stage, its inclusion in this application is in accordance with the development plan. In terms of the affordable housing concern, about 200 units being located in that one area, I haven't heard that before, and certainly it would not be the expectation of any application to look at all affordable housing in one location. It's not good for social cohesion at all. What we've put into the report and what we've put into the draft heads of terms is that we should be having clusters of no more than 10 spread across the site, so that actually we do get them well distributed. It's good for social cohesion, and then they're not just put into one area. In terms of the Gypsy and Traveller site, it is in that corner there, but it's actually outside the identified flood zone for the area. So the flood zone obviously follows the main river down there, but the flood zone itself sits in the green space that's to the north and to the east of the Gypsy and Traveller pitches, which actually sit outside the flood zone. So from that point of view, they are deemed to be in the low risk area of flooding from that perspective. And in terms of Gypsy and Traveller location on the edge of a settlement, I think it's right. You wouldn't want, in planning terms, Gypsy and Traveller pitches to be isolated. In this instance, with good connectivity both along the London Road and across Cobden Lane itself, they have good access and appropriate access to all the forms of amenity and facilities that any open market housing would equally have a need to access, and therefore the location in planning terms is deemed acceptable. Does that answer the questions?
Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, James. It's very, you know, it's important stuff, and thank you for answering the questions. One of the biggest problems is that the people of Wimpole were brought in for consultation, and they don't feel they've been listened to. I've had so many letters from people just saying that they've been roughshod, ridden over. Nobody takes any notice. So what's the point in having a consultation? But at the end of the day, this has to take place, and you know, and I can see why it has to take place. I would like maybe sometime, not now, but sometime, some clarification of this cabinet paper from 2020, because I'm not really too sure what it says. It says that the members note the application to extend the Wimpole neighbourhood area. Now, if that's part of the neighbourhood area, I'm not quite sure. As I said earlier, I'm not sure who is going to be responsible, or do Wimpole have to cede this piece of land over to Cranbrook town to operate it? Because obviously, I mean, I don't think Wimpole has the facilities to deal with it. One thing I would like to say though is as we did in the last meeting with the Treesbeer application, we did ask for additional drainage conditions to be entered into, and I would just like that to be operated on Cranbrook as well, because I think Ed Freeman wrote a very good email about why we needed additional drainage in the area, and it is very, very wet. I mean, where the gypsy site is, I accept what you're saying, that the flood area might be where the trees are going, but that field is like a bog 9 times out of 100. So you know, it does need a lot of looking into. But thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you. And just to say, the flood risk management team, that's Devon County Council, withdrew their objections. And as James has said, gypsy and traveller sites have to be close to a main spinal route. Thank you, members. Thank you for your explanation, James. Members, anyone like to... Yes, Ollie?
Thank you. It's a quick question. The cycle route along the northern side, is it going to connect to anything, or is it just going to stop in the hope that somebody will build a connecting cycle route? I also, looking at some of the comments, find it a bit depressing that here we are trying to build a sustainable town, and the assumption is made that 1,400 houses will generate between 1,500 and 3,000 traffic movements. You know, I just ask myself, what more do we need to do to try and encourage people to travel to Exeter by sustainable means rather than use of the private car? And I do hope that actually what will come out of this won't generate the amount of traffic movement that people fear. I'm not naive. I know people still need to use a private car on occasions, but the assumption just seems to be that everybody will commute to work by car, probably one person per car, 2 if you're lucky, and all the efforts that have been made to build cycle routes, pedestrian routes, the train station, bus routes, all seem to be for nothing. So if I can just check where this cycle route actually goes, that would be good.
Do you want me to respond now, Chair, or do you want to...
Yes, would you?
Fine, okay. I wanted to go through you rather than just responding directly.
Yes.
So the cycle route that's along London Road that would be delivered by this application is obviously the element that's within the gift of these developers. We would be expecting the same cycle route to be then extended across the west to the west across the front of Farland's scheme, which is where the red pointer is now. But that's a separate application and will come forward in due course. As to its wider connection, it needs to function as part of a wider London Road upgrade. That is within the gift of Devon County Council, and it is something that they have been looking at for some time. I think it's fair to acknowledge it's come slower than we all wanted. We wanted the London Road scheme to be in advance of these applications, so the developers then plugged into it. For various reasons, that hasn't happened. But it is certainly recognised that we don't just want this cycle route to be the beginning and the end of it. It needs to join up. But we can obviously only do a piece at a time, particularly while it's in the hands of just individual developers. But it does join in with the Ingram Sports area, which sits to the immediate west of where we're showing farms just now. That in itself has connections, or will have connections, back into Cranbrook Phase 1. But also importantly, the segregated cycle route, even within the scheme itself, heads north and then wraps around to the north and to the west, joining into going Cranbrook Phase 1 near to the education campus. So we're making those key connections as far as we can within the scope of this application. Questions also came forward about the amount of traffic movements that the scheme will generate. It's absolutely right that the whole of Cranbrook Phase 2 is premised on a modal shift. We need to get people out of cars and walking and cycling and using public transport as far as we can. And to do that, we've got, across the wider Cranbrook expansion area, within the Cranbrook IDP, a package with Devon County Council of just over £6.5 million for bus improvements, as well as additional contributions that we're taking from developers as a whole for footway cycleway improvements linking to and from Cranbrook. It can't all come at once, but we are trying to put those conditions in place through both applications and through 106 commitments to improve the connectivity and improve or make a significant change in that modal shift to reduce car dependency. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very brief question. This is Councillor Bloxham will be very aware of this. What's happening to the heating system? Because we've already seen breakdowns and so on this year with the 2,000 odd houses already in Cranbrook. If we're going to put all these in, is the heating system and the hot water system going to be more robust? And how is that going to be planned? Thank you.
Sorry, we're just having a discussion. Is this one for me? But I think it probably is for me. So there is significant work being undertaken by the council to extend the heat network. I think it's fair to say that stakeholder engagement and engagement with E.ON, who are the current operators of the current network, have significantly improved in recent times, and I'm sure Councillor Bloxham will be able to give a much better first-hand experience as to when breakdowns have occurred and how they've been resolved. But certainly it is a district-wide system that has significant benefits in terms of wider decarbonisation, and therefore with better infrastructure which is coming from lessons that have been learned, it should be absolutely possible to be rolling this out with confidence.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Skinner.
I wonder if you could elaborate, James, for me, please, on just over £6 million of bus improvements. What does bus improvements mean?
essentially widening the route that they cover to help take in the Cranbrook expansion areas, but also to increase the frequency. The expectation is for us to go from a 20-minute service to ideally a 10-minute, but certainly 15-minute service.
Through Chair, if I may. The reason I ask the question is because when we talk about frequency, that is actually down to the bus companies on how they're running their business. That's how frequency works. It works on the commercial identity of that. What I was really wanting to understand was if there was £6 million of investment, you did touch on saying making them wider, in other words, the improvements to the road and those sorts of things that are material infrastructure costs, then I would understand what that was. The problem is by increasing bus services or putting funding into bus services is merely something that may or may not happen. It depends on where that's going to land. I understand the frequency, absolutely right. That frequency would be dependent upon how many people use it, because from a commercial identity, now bus services would be producing that bus service on a regular basis, provided people go on the buses.
Through Chair, so that £6.5 million round figure is for bus improvements. It's not for the infrastructure, it's not for the roads, it's not for the junctions, it is purely for public transport enhancements. That figure has been provided to us from Devon County Council, who have been having regular engagement with the bus operators. Absolutely fair to say that the actual routes have not been designed yet, but engagement and conversation has been and has taken place already between county and those operators, so that over the next 5-10 years' time, as Cranbrook builds out, and it will be done on a phased basis, there is that money available to help subsidise those routes being provided.
So for clarity then, the £6 million is actually for subsidies of buses. It's not to do anything to do with infrastructure funding or wide roading or anything. It's just merely the £6 million is a relationship between Devon County Council producing the bus service and actually funding that bus service to get it up and going. Is that correct?
Yes, that £600 million is not for road improvements, it's not for junctions, it is for public transport enhancement.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Key.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I mean, I don't know, probably everybody has been in the area a lot less than what I have, sort of thing. I remember going along that, what we used to call the Rockmere Straight, and on the right-hand side, I'm just concerned that there used to be a lot of landfill there. Would James know anything about that? Now, I'm not saying that it was rubbish there, but there was a lot of big concrete slabs, that sort of thing was all tipped there and then covered over. And I just wondered, you know, sort of that was just one point that I wanted to make. Another point I wanted to make was, I'm hoping, I know this is only an outline application, but I'm hoping that every house will have 2 car park spaces, because my wife had never gone through Cranbrook, and we came back from Exeter the other day, and she said, let's go through Cranbrook. And I wish I'd never seen the place, because we had 1 or 2 places. We had one heck of a job to get through, because there was cars parked all over the road. They were parked on the pavements. We met a refuse lorry, and he was stopped. He couldn't even get through. And I just thought then, well, what a chaotic mess this is, you know. And I felt very sorry for the people living there that, you know, with all these cars parked in the area. The other thing is I do hope that there will be pressure put on the infrastructure going into this development, because I know that, you know, the Cranbrook development has struggled with the infrastructure, getting it sort of as and when it was wanted. It was promised at times, and then it was delayed, and eventually it came. But I do hope that they do, you know, stick to the point and put in the infrastructure, the school and all that sort of thing as and when they say, rather than delay it for a long time. Thank you.
Right, can you answer those, please, James, about the aggregate landfill, car parking and the infrastructure?
Certainly. Certainly in terms of land contamination, the application is accompanied by a ground investigation report already. That's been reviewed by the Environment Agency. It covers the majority of the site. There was a small part of the site which the investigation couldn't access at the time and therefore needs to go back on, but we've got a condition within the recommendation to address that, which is condition 28. Thank you. So that's that one. In terms of parking, we've got in the Cranbrook plan policy CB20 in the adopted plan, which requires an average of not less than 1.7 car parking spaces per dwelling. The thinking behind that at the time, and it was obviously found sound by the inspector, is that actually, particularly in your town centres, your neighbourhood centre areas, where you've got better access to services, facilities, shops, etc., and also for your smaller units, you don't need the 2 car parking spaces. Where you do need your 2 car parking spaces is for your larger dwellings that are further removed from those sort of service centres. And therefore 1.7 was deemed to be an appropriate, not less than figure to set out in policy, which is what was adopted. And there was a third infrastructure. Thank you. I was trying to find the parking policy at the same time. My apologies. So I think it's fair to say, and anyone who sat through the examination of the Cranbrook plan will recognise that we have got quite a long shopping list of infrastructure that's required through the Cranbrook Phase 2 expansion areas. And what we are looking to do within the 106s is actually structure triggers within that, so that we have much greater clarity as to when things can come forward.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Bloxham is next.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points to come back on. The cars. I think the officers know that the ward members have had many discussions regarding the 1.7 car parking spaces. Cars in Cranbrook to date, to meet the aspiration of less cars, is not working. You're right. There are many people who have 4, 5, 6 more cars. We have a very young community getting their first cars. They're all driving, and we have lots of cars. We have got an experiment coming up where we are actually hoping to get some yellow lines in, which might help some of the situation. The heating, I'm going to disagree with James. It has not improved. It is the service is unacceptable. It's a simple system, and it should work, and it should meet all our needs going forward. To date, it is not satisfactory. But having said that, we have now, as a result of the major outage in December, got a stakeholder group, including officers from East Devon and the variety of users around, including Science Park and Sky Park, to call the current provider to account on all the problems that we've got. And we're hoping that the first meeting will be soon after the election, that we can try and improve on this, because you're quite right, it is not acceptable. Not everybody had an outage over Christmas, but it was by far our largest one that we'd had. And too many mistakes are being made, including some mistakes recently on pricing where they made an error. But I do have a couple of questions, if I may, please. The speed at the moment is 30 miles an hour, but designed at 20 miles an hour. That doesn't appear to work. That is always questionable within Cranbrook, and that seems to be continued to come out. Can it be either 30 or 20? Not both, and preferably 20. Can we put some enforceable conditions in? And James, you are going to know when I say about having, look, he's smiling already, about having street lights working, nameplates in before the first occupation. And I say enforceable. And also, I had a meeting this week with a resident who is got some disability, and he was representing other residents who are less able. And at the construction stage, when people are moving into their homes, at the construction stage, we're not taking into account that you're moving people in at a stage when the site is still under construction, and they cannot access bus stops, they're having to negotiate unmade pavements with little or no drop curb facility, and some people have been trapped in their homes, and I'm spending hours with site managers looking at some temporary situation which should go in as a matter of course. So can we do anything like that as conditions for this?
Can I just
If I'm
come in there? I think the speed limits is one for Devon County Council. You might want to ask the Hattock Highways and Traffic Orders Committee regarding that one. And as for the construction, is that covered by the Kemp? Construction Environment Management.
In short, Chair, yes, it ultimately could be, and we can certainly make sure that it is. They are points of detail that we need to continue to work with developers to ensure that lighting, nameplates, safe pavements are indeed provided. They clearly should be provided, and I'm very well aware of the challenges that we're facing. I don't think, other than by condition, we've got stronger powers that we can use. It's just making sure that we then enforce those.
If I can just come back, Chair. Thank you regarding Hattock. It's taken us 2 years with Hattock to get the request in for the experiment on yellow lines at the moment.
You need to pressure your county councillors, Councillor Bullock.
Tried that, but thank you, and thanks, James, on that. On that basis, overall, I believe this is acceptable as it stands, and any reservations that I've got are not grounds for refusal today, and I'm happy to propose as per the officer's report.
Right,
If
is
I
there a
could look for a
seconder?
seconder.
Councillor Key is seconded. Would you like to add any more?
No, I've nothing further to add. The only thing what I would like is all the comments that have actually been put forward that are taken on board by James and, sort of looked into. Thank you.
Councillor Desarum.
Yeah, just quickly question. We touched on it earlier in infrastructure. On page 66 of the report, it says, while there is a risk that the delivery of the place of worship could be sometime in coming forward, it is hoped that it'll do it. Can it be moved up the list of triggers, James? And also, when it goes on to talk about page 103 of the report, that it's important that the site is of sufficient size and of appropriate shape to enable wedding cars and hearses to go it. So hopefully those will be incorporated by the developers. I appreciate today we're talking about other matters and these will be reserved, but I wonder whether you can elaborate further on that, if you can, please.
Yes, Chair.
Through Chair, thank you. So 2 things. We were just trying to check in which condition we can pick up street names, street lighting, etc. Because I thought it was covered.
That covers the names.
But we're just making sure that it is covered. That's all.
Yeah.
And in terms of the place of worship, we can certainly get the site made available promptly, but ultimately we're then in the hands of the Exeter Diocese and the group of churches as to when they then seek to bring forward the place of worship there. Certainly with Cranbrook Phase 1, I think it's been slow. Is probably a fair way of describing it, but we are very much in their hands for delivery. The only reassurance that I can give that is in discussing the site size and site configuration with them, they're much happier with this site than they were with a site in the earlier version, which was slightly smaller and more constrained.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzard.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a question for James, please. Thank you.
Can
both
you
of
speak to the microphone? Move it closer, please,
sorry.
Steve.
Do apologise. That's better, isn't it?
Yes.
I can hear myself now. Question for James. Thank you for all the updates that you've given us. One of my concerns is that the idea is to create over 1,400 new houses. I've been to see the doctor's surgery in Cranbrook as it is at the present. Is there any thought been given to maybe expanding the surgeries at Cranbrook, or is there going to be another one on this new site? Because I'm just concerned whether or not they will have the capacity to cope for when the site is fully built out, to be able to cope with over 1,400 new residents. Thank you.
James.
Thank you, Chair. So there is no expectation for a further surgery on this particular site. But as part of the Cranbrook expansion area, we are looking to part fund a health and wellbeing hub in the town centre. The land is already secured for that. So I know colleagues are working with the various NHS bodies to understand exactly what needs to go into that to meet the health needs for the wider town.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you. East Devon have got a thing of one house, one job. Can you tell me where the employment land is for there, or are we expecting people to be employed at Science Park?
So the one house, one job is a local plan policy requirement. The Cranbrook plan itself actually builds on that and recognises employment within the wider Cranbrook area. So while employment on this particular site is limited to that in the neighbourhood centre, there is additional employment land coming forward in the town centre and also in the Treesby employment area, which members will recall from the 28th of February committee, which is land down near Exeter Airport. And in addition to that, then the local plan also recognises the job provision at both Sky Park and Science Park as forming part of that holistic package of housing and employment.
So we will get 1,400 jobs out of building those houses.
I can't sit here and guarantee a one house, one job related to this particular application, but we are putting in place schemes for significant employment in the vicinity of Cranbrook, in the vicinity of this site, to try and address that development plan policy. And again, that was something that was considered through the examination when we had the areas being allocated with the housing numbers set out.
Thank you. Vice Chair, you have questions?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. I just have two questions. This is outlined, obviously, all matters reserved except access, and it's the access that I'm still concerned about. As you travel up London Road now, you've got roundabout, and we're coming up here with an extension of 1,400 plus homes, and we're putting this on to light controlled with a filter lane. Can you just clarify that?
That is a correct summary. The junction design has been looked at very carefully by Devon County Council, so independent from the developers putting this forward. It's been through a road safety audit stage 1 assessment, and it has actually been updated as a consequence of that. Yes, it is designed to cater for a large number of houses. I think part of the thinking behind a change of approach here is actually you're at the eastern end of the network. The further you head towards Exeter going westbound, the busier the junctions become, effectively. And therefore, because of the nature of where this is sited towards the east of Cranbrook, it can be that little bit smaller in terms of junction, but still cater for the number of houses that's being proposed.
Thank you. My concern is that from looking at that, you've got on the right hand side, you've got the filter lanes coming from Wimple End if you like to turn right into the site, but coming from Exeter Airport end, is there a filter lane that way as well, or is that just staying two way? My concern is that with the traffic light system there, with the amount of houses, that it's going to start bottlenecking on the junction coming out from Cranbrook. And what's going to happen, because we've got only one main road out, is that residents are actually going to start going backwards through Cranbrook and to come out on the roundabouts further down, which I think will create more problems then because the roads are smaller. I just want us to get this junction right so that doesn't happen. We give them the correct feed out onto the main road without it bottlenecking backwards, if you like.
James?
Okay, fine. So the movement along the London Road and through back through Cranbrook, through the proposed MLR, round towards the town centre as part of this scheme, has been modelled by Devon County Council to look at the number of traffic movements, and I think it's fair to record that actually their model is showing quite a lot of traffic going back through Cranbrook. Yeah. But the roads have been designed to cater for the number of vehicle movements that could be derived from here. The one area where county have raised some concern is on currently it's a crossroads where Rushmeadow Road comes out by Yonder Acre Way. That's the one. So just to the east of the town centre, where we've got currently unsignalised crossroads. County are concerned at the risk of queuing and the risk of pedestrian cycle safety on that crossroads, which will become much busier. So what they are asking for is for us to be safeguarding or securing a scheme through this development to enhance that existing crossroads if required. And you'll see in the heads of terms that set out in the agenda papers that we do have that as one of the heads of terms to take forward with the developers. That's the one junction that they've expressed concern about.
Right. Okay. I just have one more question. Sorry. In earlier expansions of Cranbrook, I think the country park is fantastic in the way that we've got the connecting paths and everything that go through them. And in fact, you can almost walk from Broadclyst station now all the way up through Cranbrook, which I've done myself many times with the dogs and things on many occasions. And that's really lovely to see. Are we going to have that connection continuing into this expansion zones with those paths through the country parks by the railway sort of side, if you like?
Again, through Chair, yes, that is absolutely the intention. So on the screen, we're showing the indicative master plan, which obviously builds on the parameter plans, which would be approved, shows two key areas of Sangs east and west. They are connected by green corridors. The one to the south could be particularly attractive along the stream corridor there. So there would be good connectivity within and around the site. And it's then also making sure and trying to ensure that we get connections from there down into places like the Ecology Park in Cranbrook Phase 1, which is the pale green strip in there, exactly. Longer term, we've obviously got the allocated Grange land to the south. That too has its own Sangs land that would need to be brought forward, and if we can get suitable crossing along London Road, again you'll be able to get access down and round into that green area as well.
That's great, thank you. I think just importantly, from like what Councillor Davey was saying as well about the cycle routes, if we ensure we've got these connectivities through these country parks, we're almost at Wimpole now with this. If you keep those connectivities going all the way through the expansions, all the way down, and now with the land that's been bought in Broadclyst Station for the parks, you are literally going to be able to walk from Wimpole all through the country parks all the way into almost Exeter. And I just want to ensure that we're being mindful of connecting these up with all the expansion zones that are coming forward, because that's going to be fantastic going forward for the future.
Can I just
Yes, James.
just to add to that? So the the one area where you'd be walking on roads and sort of through the built development is effectively around the existing education campus.
That's the only part, though, I think.
Correct.
Which I think is fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, well, see no more hands up, so over to you, Damien.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just clarify something before I go through?
Can Wendy just come in on the condition?
Yep.
So just in terms of picking up on the points that were raised regarding conditions, in terms of the recommendation, officers would suggest that delegated authority is given to officers to amend or add conditions as necessary to A, require a timescale for the providing of street lighting, and B, to require details to ensure safe pedestrian access to occupied dwellings during the construction phase.
Okay. That acceptable to the... Yes? Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just clarify as well, because there was some mention earlier by Councillor Lawrence about some additional drainage conditions, but nothing's been said anything further about that, whether that's part of the recommendation?
Through you, Chair, if I may.
Yes.
My understanding is that the drainage conditions are already addressed. So the Treesbeer foul drainage condition that members requested and has been agreed through the delegated powers that were agreed at committee is replicated here as condition 7. And surface water is picked up in condition 5.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And there was just some mention with regards to conditioning potentially the use of street signs as well, was there?
Street signs already covered by condition.
Already
That's
covered.
absolutely
Yeah,
fine.
I think you were just going
Okay.
to double check that. Okay, lovely, thank you. We're subject to those amendments. So we've got a proposal of approval by Councillor Bloxham in line with Plan Officer's recommendation, which is to adopt the appropriate assessment as set out in Appendix 2 of the report and to approve the application with conditions as amended as we've just discussed, to be delegated to Development Control Manager in consultation with the Chair, Vice Chair and Ward Member, and also subject to Section 106 agreement which captures the heads of terms set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
If we can take the vote on that, please. All those in favour?
Unanimous.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Right, can we have just a brief adjournment, please? Very brief. Carry on with the meeting then. Agenda item 8, planning application 221377, full application, site at Spiller's Cottage, Shoot, pages 262 to 269. Mrs. Ormsby.
Thank you. So this application is a retrospective application for the construction of a dwelling for occupation whilst dwelling permitted under planning reference 210535 VAR is constructed, after which the first dwelling will be demolished. So this is the application site here. And you can see that this outline here is the outline of a planning permission which was granted for a single dwelling in 2021. And here is the area that the retrospective element relates to, which is the construction of a dwelling which the applicants have built with the intention of living in whilst the main house is built. That's the red line application site. The site itself is in the countryside and it's in the East Devon AONB. And as you should say, you can see the relationship of the temporary proposed temporary dwelling with the existing. And here are the elevational drawings of the building. It is a built dwelling. It's not a mobile home. It is constructed on site. And you can see the internal layout of the proposal. And moving on here, you can see the footprint of the temporary building, proposed temporary building, proposed to be temporary building, and here is a significant tree which is within just about within the root protection area of. And this is showing some photographs of the application site. So this is looking at the lane on which it is sited. You can see here the building under construction on site. So it's very close to the lane. The permitted house is further back into the house. This is it being built again. And this is it nearing completion. And this is the roadside view of the building. And you can see its proximity to the lane here. It's the rear elevation. It's the underside. And here you can see distant views across to the site. Here, as I say, within the AONB, and this you can see the dwelling here. So the key issues we're looking at is the building in itself. We're in the East Devon area of outstanding natural beauty, where there is where great weight has to be given to conserving and enhancing the special landscape quality. And the building itself is visually intrusive. It's not characteristic of, in terms of architectural style, design, of the type of building that we'd be wanting on a permanent basis in this location. A key issue here is this isn't a mobile home that's been brought onto site for people to live in whilst the construction takes place. It's a permanent construction, and the planning policy guidance on granting temporary consents is that they should only they effectively should be for uses or buildings which are temporary in nature, because to build a permanent building and then require it to be effectively demolished within a very short period of time would be considered an unreasonable application of planning conditions. So this building doesn't meet the criteria of what we would consider to be a temporary construction, a temporary building, and in itself is harmful in terms of its impact on the landscape and the character of the area. So officers consider that it is contrary to policy, and the recommendation is to refuse planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have the applicant, Derek Branker. Mr. Branker, welcome. You have 3 minutes. Would you like to come up to the microphone?
It's the middle button to put the microphone on.
Oh, yes.
On there. Okay. Hello? Yes. Testing, testing. Let me just get my glass
Before
on.
you start, sorry about
Sorry.
this, Councillor Chubb, do you have any declarations of interest on any item on the agenda? Okay, thank you. That's a no. Thank you. Carry on.
I hope you're patient with me. I wrote a speech, so please bear with me. Dear Committee, I'd like to start by thanking you for allowing me to speak and address some of the concerns of the Planning Department have put forward. As I only have a limited time to talk, and I will try to explain our thought process behind the temporary building and the end goal of the building of the family home. The main part of the Planning Department's objection is that the building, in their view, is permanent, but they do not give any constructive argument on have consulted any building contractor to see if, in their experience, would they have built a permanent structure in this way. The brief to my builder was that no way should it be permanent, against his advice that I would that would go the ground to be touched as little as possible, so to be sympathetic to the trees. Also, it had to be put onto concrete blocks with no foundations. Now are the planning department saying that this is typical permanent house building, and if so, can they please tell us what building company would advise this building method? They are also concerned on the look on the temporary structure for the area. This is the design we put in for at the start, and they also done a site visit when only the floor stage, but never mentioned any concerns even up to the signing off on it. We chose the design as it was the easiest to put up, take down, and the cheapest option. By giving us space to live in comfortably, also addressing my wife's health problems. The building is made of about 80% of upcycled materials from around the Axe Valley area, so kept the costs down. In the 5 years waiting for planning and for the main house, we have spent £50,000 on rent, and that we could have put to the build. Also, the landlady was putting the rent up from £900 to £1,250 a month, so would have made the situation worse with the cost of the build. My wife and I are just local people with our own business that helps the local community. We just want the right to build our dream home and be allowed to get on with the main house after all the years of battling. Hopefully I have put my case forward in a way that explains our reasoning for why we think we have built a temporary building, and that facilitates all the boxes it needed to tick, so we can go forward to finish the project. But if you feel more clarity is needed on any of these issues, please feel free to ask any questions you might have, and I will do my best to answer them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Does your declaration relate to this application? Then I'll ask Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I've only just realised that the applicant is known to me. I used to work with his wife, but it doesn't predispose me to look favourably on his application any more than somebody else. But I think I'll better declare it because I do know him.
Yeah,
Thank
you for that. Thank
So
you.
you feel you've got an effects NRI, but it's not prejudicial?
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Thank you very much.
No questions? No?
No. Councillor Chubb. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, good morning, everyone. The reason this application is here is because we are in the Blackdown Hills AONB. However, this is actually a temporary dwelling which the applicant, by his own fault, has made it too good, apparently, to the planning department. If anybody knows where this site is, it's down a very narrow lane. I can drive a car down through there. You could get a small van, but there's no way you'd get a caravan or a mobile home down this lane. The logistics of the lane is just too tight. So the obvious reason to be living on site is that the building that's going to be built will obviously have materials which are worth a lot of money. There'll be machinery, there'll be power tools, and the nearest dwelling to this is probably 30 yards back in the lane, and the chap who lives there is about 90 years old. He probably wouldn't hear anything if somebody came along and cleared the site overnight. So there definitely needs to be somebody living on site. So it makes sense for the applicant to be living there. The actual temporary dwelling is built on blocks, which the blocks are laid on mud. So it hasn't got foundations. It is a temporary dwelling, and I'm sure this will be removed, and it could be conditioned, I would have thought. Building control could obviously not sign off the new dwelling without this one being taken away, let's say. But obviously the new dwelling wouldn't want to be looking at a temporary wooden building in the future because it isn't in keeping. Also, the AONB, if you go back up the lane, you go onto the A35, where there is a large garage, chute garage, which has got multitude of lights and bunting and cars, a hand car wash, there's a Starbucks. So we're in the AONB, but we're the other side of what is quite a commercial area. So the actual harm is difficult to see. I know recently, obviously we're all going around delivering things at the moment, and I looked from the other side of the valley, let's say, or across the way from there, and you cannot see this building, so it doesn't stick out too much. It obviously does if you drive down the lane, but if you're anywhere else, it doesn't. It fits into the landscape, although, as it's said on the thing, it's a temporary dwelling, which I think has got a 3-year and 3-month lifespan if it's granted permission. So obviously the planning department have gone with policy, which is not to grant permission, but this is where the planning committee, it's within their remit to allow possibly a temporary licence. And at that point, I will be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Job. Right, Councillor Key.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Now, I'm just going to sort of put a point to Damien, in actual fact, that we had yesterday, you're not supposed to visit the site without, but I drove past this site. I did not visit it as such. I drove past it about 2 weeks ago, right, just to actually see. I was asked by the ward member if I would just actually go and see it, and which I did. So I wasn't visiting the site as such. I drove right past it. Yeah. There is absolutely no way, as Councillor Chubb said, you could get a mobile home in there because you'd get it stuck before you even got it on site there, because the lane is so narrow. This is a temporary building, and I think we could actually, or we should, put a stipulation on it that it is definitely removed as soon as the occupation of the structure of the main house there is completed and moved in. So I cannot really see a problem with this whatsoever. I mean, you can see it's on block pillars, and it was put up there in sections. It can be taken down in sections and completely taken away. So, and really, to be quite honest, if you're going to have a nice house, which it sounds as though the applicant is going to build there a house for his future, would you really want to sit in that house and look at something that is of the design that is? I mean, the design is really nondescript. It's going to be, it will be removed, so I really can't see a problem with it, to be quite honest.
Thank you. Well, just to refer to the summary at the beginning of the report, if the applicant decided not to take it down after the temporary period, it would be unlikely to pass the test of reasonableness if this council asked for it to be taken down. So you have to bear that in mind. Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
If I could ask Wendy, please, for a little bit of clarification. Because if this is, I get to understand it. When I first read this, I thought, my goodness, somebody's building a house and they've got it planning. I thought, well, this isn't going to run. And then when you obviously read it, and then you can see what the gentleman, the applicant, is trying to achieve. And with Councillor Chubb coming along and with the remarks Councillor Key has made, does make a difference to weighting this particular application in the way as to why it's there in the first place. So it is clearly a temporary development that is taking place for the gentleman while he is building his house, and he has clearly made it, he's made it clear in his statement that he's intending to take it down. Now, for clarity, if I may, through you, Chair, to Wendy, is to be, for me, the reasonableness is here is we let this go and he builds his house and he takes it all down. But what you're saying is, you're saying we could be in a position, if I'm correct, just so as I'm corrected where we're going, we could be in a position whereby if the gentleman didn't want to take it down, and he actually said, well, do you know what, I was living there it took me 2 years to build my house, or 3 years, and now I've been living in there, and now I actually think that, let's just take a scenario where we could be. And I think from your position, Chair, I think that's what we're assuming. We couldn't end up with 2 here instead of 1, and 1 was done retrospectively. So what we have to be absolutely clear on is that this is a temporary use, and that this building is going to be temporary until such time as the house that the gentleman is looking to build is then going to be completed, and at some point with some legal obligation somewhere or other that would be agreed, is that this particular building comes down. I'm not quite sure whether at this point, because Mr. Hunter is going to come in a minute and he's going to say, please give me the reasons why and X, Y, Z. So what I want to be absolutely clear on is if there was a legal documentation that was put in play that this is a temporary use for a time that until such time as the gentleman has finished his house, and I'm not sure what that is, or 2 years or 1 year or whatever that is going to be, and I need to be very careful with timing, because the further it goes on becomes the position of what could be deemed as certificate of lawful use, and we don't want to be into that play. So from my position, I will very much support this application as long as I am absolutely confident that when the gentleman has finished his house, the applicant has finished his house, that this building is taken down and it is absolutely temporary under the circumstances of which we've heard here today. I'm comfortable in my skin to go along with that, but what I want to hear from you, Wendy, if you may, please, is the process that we'd need in place to ensure that what we were envisaging would be happening, and I think there may be support for that in this room, I'm not sure what others may think, that's my view, that there is a place we can get into that ensures that that happens. And if that happens, I'm comfortable. If it doesn't happen, I'm not so comfortable. Thank you.
Wendy.
I will answer, though Mr. Hunter may wish to come in. So in terms of, so if we were to approve this with and normally if we're approving a temporary use or building, it would be controlled by a planning condition that would say after a certain period of time this needs to be removed and the land restored to its former condition. However, where we have approved something which is actually a permanent construction, which it is, because it's not just been brought in on the back of I understand the reasons why it hasn't, but the fact is it isn't a mobile home. It is a built building, and we've seen through the photos the stages of construction. It has been built on site. And that condition were to be challenged, then there could an argument, it may be possible to make a successful argument that the council have unreasonably applied a condition to a permanent construction requiring it to be demolished. Yeah. And there is a reasonable prospect that that challenge through an appeal or through an appeal of any future enforcement or breach of condition notice could be successful. So which is one of the principal reason that the officers are not recommending approval of this. I think the other thing that you have to bear in mind is that whilst the current applicants may have every intention of removing this building, this site could change hands for all sorts of reasons and end up in the ownership of other people who may have different aspirations for the site.
Yeah.
Now, an alternative mechanism is then to look at Section 106, either an undertaking or an obligation to require it to be removed within a certain period of time, which would give greater control. However, there is some expense involved in entering into such an agreement, and Mr Hunter may want to comment on whether he would feel that would be appropriate in this instance or not.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just add to that? You know, in my view as well, I'm sure this will be the correct position from Miss Ormsby, that the guidance states that if you've got a choice between putting a condition in place or a Section 106 agreement in place, you should always go with the condition. So that's what we would do here as well. And as we say, that's the problem with the condition, is that we're then conditioning something that is effectively a permanent dwelling and saying, but we're making it temporary. So I think it would be unreasonable to impose a Section 106 agreement to deal with this. It would then be unreasonable to impose a condition, because then you're effectively saying to knock down a permanent dwelling in the future, and then we'll be challenged on that and we're likely to fail. So I think for those reasons we would be struggling to be able to ensure that this building is removed after that period of temporary period of time. So for those reasons, that's why officers are recommending refusal in this particular situation. I think I have to support that refusal.
Yeah, and I'd like to add as well, you're aware, Councillor Skinner, well aware, that the applicant, if this is refused, does have the right to go to appeal.
If I may add something into the, and I take that on board, thank you, Chair, for that. Add something into the mix, a slightly different way of getting through this. What about if we refuse this application on the basis the time limit to remove it is, say, 2 years? Therefore, on that basis, it's not been approved, but he's got 2 years to remove it, and I'm assuming in 2 years he might have built his house. That way, we've got round just about all of it. He's not been approved, it is refused, but there's a time scale which we decide to lengthen, and that takes care of the position we're in. We can do that. That's within our remit to do that if we so wish. If you're finding it uncomfortable, I think in this room, I think lots of people have lots of sympathy with what's going to happen. But you're absolutely right, Wendy. You're bang on the money, and you are absolutely right, Damien, what you're saying, and you, Chair, and what you said. We all understand we don't want to be in a bad place for just trying to do a good thing and the right thing. But the fact of the matter is that we have to be sure that through law and through without being unreasonable, we get ourselves into a good place. So we could do that. We could refuse the application on the basis that the enforcement is enforced in, say, 2 years' time. I mean, I'm just picking a figure out of the air, in 2 years' time. And that way, I'm assuming the gentleman may very well have finished his house, I would have thought, in 2 years' time. And in that, certainly if he hadn't finished the house, he's finished it enough that he can move into a part of it. That way, I think we've covered all bases and everybody walks away happy.
Wendy?
So the consequence, so if this application is refused today, as per the officer recommendation, then the next course of action, as it's retrospective, would be to pursue planning enforcement. When we serve a notice, we do have to give a time period for compliance with the notice. And in the case of residential accommodation, in terms of reasonableness, if people are already living somewhere, there is normally, I mean, it's not unusual to give 6 to 12 months for somebody to vacate a residential premises. There is also obviously the right to appeal that enforcement notice, which effectively puts the notice on hold, and the notice would not then come into effect until the appeal is determined. So with the best will in the world, in terms of starting the enforcement process to it coming to an end, and you know, if there is a challenge and an appeal to this, you know, these things tend to, even whether we want them to or not, effectively drag on for often 1 to 2 years. So that is the reality of what would be likely to happen following any refusal on this site.
I just want to be clear. Sorry, Chair, through you. I just want to be clear that the enforcement officer doesn't rock up to this gentleman's home here and says to him, and by the way, you can't live in it. I just want to be clear that where we're going with this is we're trying to get out of a reasonably bad place into a good place, and I don't want our officers overexerting, saying here's the rules, here's this. So we know what we want to get the feeling from the well, I say that. It's just my feeling. It might not happen that way. But then where the officers go from leaving a refusal from this committee, where it goes from there, and where it sits on somebody's desk in the enforcement team, and they say, no, that in the rules, that in what we do, and not picking up the thread of what we're trying to achieve, Wendy. That's really important.
Yeah, I think you'll find enforcement does take a while, as Wendy has said, by which time. Right, Mr Hunter.
So, Councillor, if I can just say, I mean, obviously, when we're looking to take enforcement action against anybody, we'll try and approach it in a reasonable manner for everybody, not give any special circumstances to anybody else unless, you know, the circumstances dictate. Now, generally speaking, as Mr Ormsby has pointed out, when we do serve an enforcement notice, we will, if it is being lived in as a residence, give a minimum of 6 months to enable somebody to find somewhere else. If there are children involved, then quite often it will be 12 months. But that's the proper fashion to approach this in that if it is refused, we'll then start the enforcement process. As Mrs Ormsby pointed out, he may well then decide to appeal that, which will give him further time to be able to remain on the site. That's the reality of the situation. But what we've got before us today is the situation where the officer's recommendation is refusal. That's what you should be looking at, not looking at putting a condition in or Section 106 agreement, simply refusing it and then leaving the enforcement process to take effect as it normally would do. The reality is that that will take a period of time, and probably it will take at least a year in order to take the actual action to remove the building off the site.
Could I ask, Chair, through you, what the if a question to the applicant, I don't know if you would allow this, what a timescale for the applicant is 12 months something that he thinks he is am I able to answer the question?
No, I think you've had all the information. You've had a fair old go at this. Now, Councillor Brown.
I've probably built the second and third closest house to that property, Lionel's Farm and Lionel's Barn. You cannot get under any circumstances a caravan or a mobile home down that lane to live in. You know, you need something a little bit more permanent there. And that's not permanent. I mean, it's built on blocks. You know, there's no foundation or anything else. I mean, there's a strong gust of wind to come along and could blow the thing over. It's on a slope, it's on a narrow lane. You know, it's the only way you can be on site to build property. There's no way anything else can get down that lane.
Yeah, okay. Point out, this isn't an AONB.
Yep.
As Mrs Ormsby has pointed out, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. It could change hands. It could become something else. The way that things have progressed here, it seems that if enforcement notice is served, and there might be, I don't know whether might be certain circumstances, you mentioned children, if there is sickness in the family, would that be another reason for extending the enforcement?
Again, we've got to look at the circumstances that, you know, fall before us, and the action is discretionary, but in the same fashion, albeit being discretionary, we've still got to take an approach that will be consistent with the approach we take against everybody else. So, yeah.
I think we really can't open the floodgates on this because, yeah. Right, Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit disappointed with what's going on because this...
Could I just stop you there? I think Mrs Ormsby wants to come back.
It was just on the point that's been made about the fact that it's difficult to get a mobile home down onto this site. I would just point out that there is no expectation that you to live on site whilst a house is being built.
Yeah.
So planning permission is granted for many houses, and they are built, and the future occupiers live elsewhere. So I think the fact that you can't get a mobile home on this site doesn't therefore mean we should therefore necessarily be considering alternatives, from the very point that it is not it's not usual, it's not normal for people to live on site whilst a house is being built.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
On that point, Chair, I think the applicant has explained the situation that for security purposes he needs to be on site, and I just find it absurd that the applicant is going down the right route, applying for planning permission for a temporary dwelling, which it is temporary because, as Councillor Brown pointed out, it's on blocks, it ain't going to stay there forever. And we're going round the houses to try and encourage him to break the law. I just think it's absurd. Why would we want to encourage him to go without planning permission and then have enforcement notice served on him and all the rest that goes with it, when it's quite clear to me that it's not going to be there for very long, and he just wants it somewhere to live so he can be on site and build his house. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Mr. Hunter, and I hope that, members will listen to the professional views of the officers on this. They've far more experience than some of us, I would suggest.
Thank you. Yeah, just to come back on that, nobody's encouraging anybody to break the law at all. I quite strongly refute that. What we're saying here is that if, as the officer is recommending, you refuse because there's no justification at all for a Section 106 agreement or a condition to be put in place, because neither would be enforceable in the fullness of time, so you will end up with 2 dwellings potentially on the site. So what we're now suggesting is that you refuse in line with officer recommendation. Then, as part of the legal process, the applicant is entitled to appeal against that decision, or the applicant is entitled to wait until we then serve an enforcement notice on him and then appeal against the enforcement notice. The reality of the situation is that the inspectorate takes a period of time to be able to list these matters, so he will buy himself some time. That's the reality of the situation. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be taking the proper steps here and refusing and letting that process begin. And if he happens to get a little bit longer than maybe, on another occasion somebody else may do, because the inspectorate can deal with it quicker, then that's all the benefit to him. He can consider himself fortunate. But bearing in mind he's built something without planning permission on a site where he had absolutely no need to actually live there in the first place, then the officer's recommendation is refusal.
Thank you. And I have to say, I've found that enforcement officers are not heavy-handed. They do take in every consideration. Councillor Gazzard.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm sure all of us in this room have a lot of sympathy of where you find yourself. But unfortunately, in my view, we have to judge the application that is before us today. And the clear advice to us is that it doesn't meet our policies. And I accept what our officers have advised us on this case today. So, in line with the officer's recommendation, Chair, I will move refusal.
You've moved refusal. Yeah. Is there a seconder? Councillor Davey, would you like to speak?
Yes, I mean, I can see we're desperately trying to get out of a hole here. We have every sympathy with the applicant. We've heard his rent has been increased by a third. And visually, it's very little bigger than a caravan. It just happens that it's not a mobile home. It's been constructed in a modular way, which kind of doesn't fit the definition, although even if it was a mobile home, we'd still be looking at an application for it. I mean, I can see the danger from the officer's point of view that the house is built and they then think, well, we've got a nice little annex there, because it obviously, it's the size of a mobile home, that it's not really suitable for permanent accommodation, but it could very easily end up as an annex to the main house. And, planning permission having been granted, that we would be then in a very difficult position, has been explained. Even if we condition it, it would be considered unreasonable then to ask it to be removed. So I don't think we've got any option but refusal. But I think we all have sympathy with the position the applicant has found themselves in, but it might have been a good idea if they'd checked before they started building a temporary structure even on the site, and should have been advised that would not be acceptable.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? No, Councillor Key, you've already spoken. We've got a long day. Councillor de Sarum.
Yes, I would just praise the ward member for his very succinct summary of what he felt the case was. And obviously, Mr. Hunter has updated us, and I think that's very positive. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So we've got a motion of refusal put forward by Councillor Gazzard, seconded by Councillor Davey, to refuse permission in line with the planning officer's recommendation. If I can put that to the vote, all those in favour, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All those against?
1, 2, 2 again. 3.
Three.
Okay, sorry.
And any abstentions? None. So that motion to refuse is carried. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now we move to agenda item 10. Planning application 230504, full application, Queen's Drive Space, Queen's Drive, Exmouth. Mrs. Ormsby.
So this is an application for the, well, effectively a renewal of permission for use of land for outdoor sport and recreation purposes, specifically for external hire for the running of exercise classes. And this is the location plan, and you can see the location of the site close to the seafront in Exmouth and close to some of the more recent waterfront development that has gone on in the area. This again just shows a little bit more clearly the area of land which is proposed, which is again adjacent the car park here and the children's playground. And here are some photos of the site, so you can see the recreation, just an open flat piece of ground, so quite suitable for the proposed use. There's a view from across the road from the seafront looking across into the site. Another view into the site here, you can see the proximity to the car park, and another view into the site here. So the application effectively seeks a renewal of a temporary planning permission that was granted in 2021 for a change of use of the land for recreational purposes. The planning permission was granted for 2 years and expires in July of this year. The site forms part of a wider regeneration area identified in Strategy 22 of the local plan, and has been the subject of previous applications and public consultation seeking to secure long-term uses on the site. It's considered that the proposal would continue to support the reuse of the land for the benefit of the wider community and complement recreational uses in the area. And as it's a temporary permission, should any more permanent proposals come forward for the site, then obviously it is reversible because there's no physical changes to the site. It's considered that the proposal complies with all the relevant policies in the East Devon Local Plan and the Exmouth Neighbourhood Plan, and as such it is recommended for approval.
Thank you. Right, now we have Ward Member Councillor Nick Cookway, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will start by declaring I'm also the chair of the Queen's Drive, what was the Queen's Drive Delivery Group, which is now known as the Placemaking in Exmouth Town and Seafront Group, or PETS. I'm also a member of Cabinet with a portfolio for culture, sport, leisure and tourism. Yes, so I'm asking the committee to support this application so that we can carry on with the with these uses for fitness. We have LED on site this year, offering a range of fitness activities. In the long term, we will have a different set of uses because there is a consultation. We have consultants now engaged to identify the long-term use for this land and how we're going to proceed. So we just like to carry on with the present uses, which we hope will be of benefit to either residents or visitors in improving their health and well-being. So I ask the committee to support the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ward Member Councillor De Sarum.
Indeed, thank you. And of course, we are revisiting that from our earlier discussions this morning. And I note that whilst phase 3 remains unresolved, what we have got in front of us is a reversible situation. And we've heard from my other ward member that the LED are on site. And I think that fitness and well-being is at the heart of every community within East Devon. So I feel that as it is a reversible decision, we have no real reason not to support it today, unless other members find issues with it. But certainly, I am happy to put forward a proposal for. No,
you're
not
making
yet.
your representation.
I will wait until then we go into committee, Chair.
Good man.
I did not wish to jump any guns. I will now hand over to others who wish to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Right, Councillor Gazzard.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm on. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, another important application on the moving Exmouth forward. I think it's very important that we support this application. As has already been said, fitness and well-being is extremely important of all ages in Exmouth. And as this is a temporary application, I would be happy to give it my support, Chair, and if need be, I would be prepared to propose the application. The only one concern I do have, which has been picked up by other people already, is the suitability of the land as it is at present. I mean, I know there's been a lot of work that's been done on trying to make it smooth and flat as possible. But obviously there are, in some of the areas on that piece of ground, there are some severe ruts, as I would call it. So I hope that before any individuals go on there and do their exercises, that there will be a proper survey of the actual grassed area to make sure that it is safe for people to actually exercise on. But the actual principle of it, I'm happy to endorse and would be prepared to recommend approval. Thank you.
No. Seconder.
Yes, I'm happy to second, following on from our distinguished Mayor's comments. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Skinner.
No, it's all been said. We can move on. Thank you. I support it.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. I just think it's important that this land is preserved for whatever future uses are made of it. And obviously exercise and fitness are important. It's in a really good location, adjacent to a car park, and I can see that there's a number of uses that can be made of this, and I'm very happy to support LED in using it for fitness.
Thank you. Right.
Thank you, Chair. So we have a proposal of approval with conditions in line with Planning Officer's recommendation put forward by Councillor Gazzard and seconded by Councillor Desorum. So if we can take the vote, please, all those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, unanimous.
Thank you, Chair. Motion's carried.
Thank you. Agenda item 7, planning application 220047 full for the Gardens Black Horse Broadclyst. And I'm just checking the page number here. Yes, it's page 242. Wendy.
Okay. So this is a proposal for the construction of 5 bungalows with associated access parking and landscaping and the demolition of an existing stable building. The development would take place in the paddock immediately adjacent to the existing property on the plot, which is the gardens in here. And members will note the recent grant of planning permission on land to the north of the site for 3 bungalows, which was granted in 2022, which was approved as a departure from the local plan. The site itself is located within the hamlet of Black Horse, close to Clisthoniton, with the site and nearby properties located outside any designated built-up area boundary. So similarly to the site to the north, this proposal is considered to be a departure from the local plan. The proposal is for 5 dwellings, and this shows the proposed layout. So you can see the development, so a single shared driveway coming in to access the 5 properties. And in terms of plot size, if you're looking at the sort of general arrangement in the area, the plot size is similar to that which is prevailing in the area, so generally in character with the area in that regard. And here are the proposed plans. So very much single-storey bungalows proposed, and this is plot 1. We've got here plots 2 and plots 3, and you can see the materials predominantly render with a bit of timber cladding on the front elevations. And this is plot 3 and plot 4. And here are some cross sections that just show how the dwellings sit in relative to scale with neighbours. So this is the section AA, which is running through the site here. And you can see higher existing dwellings to this end of the site, with the proposed dwelling set down at a lower height. Section BB, which is taken across the 3 dwellings at the back, and cross section C, which is going through the existing dwelling here and then the adjacent dwelling. So again, you can see that they're set lower into the landscape. And here's some CGI images of what the dwellings are likely to look like. And here is the landscaping proposal with trees and hedges retained on all of these boundaries. So looking through, this is showing the visibility at the new access point, showing the driveway which is running up here, so it's adjacent to the Black Horse pub. And this is within the site, looking across at the stable that is to be demolished. There are some bats within the stable, and that is considered in the ecology section of the report that sets out how that impact will be mitigated. There will be a need for a Natural England licence, which the applicants would need to apply for before undertaking any work. This is views to the neighbouring properties behind the hedgerows that will be retained. And as you can see, there's a limited number of windows, but in any event, the bungalows are single storey with no roofs, nothing in the roof space. It's another view of the stables, that's looking to the north of the plot. And this is looking down through the plot. Again, looking at one of the common boundaries, looking across at the adjoining neighbours and existing bungalows already within the area. And again, another view of the stable to be demolished. This is the host dwelling in here. So looking at the issues here, so the application is a departure from the local plan. It is outside the development boundaries, where Strategy 7 does not support the development of housing of this nature. However, officers have, having regard to the lack of 5-year housing land supply, we do need to look at the proposal in the light of the tilted balance. So looking at the sustainability of the site as a development location, the site is very close to very significant housing growth areas at Tithe Barn and Moss Hayne. It's also close to Exeter Science Park, so potential for employment opportunities. It's got good access to bus routes and is right on a key cycle route and adjacent to a public house. We have also granted planning permission for 3 houses immediately to the north, which effectively has, accepted that this is a suitable location for additional dwelling. So the conclusion is that it is a sustainable enough location, having regard to the tilted balance. The visual impacts are acceptable, design is acceptable, neighbour impacts, highway and ecology impacts are all acceptable for the reasons set out in the officer report. The development would also deliver a just over £230,000 contribution, off-site contribution towards affordable housing, which also weighs favourably as a significant public benefit in terms of applying the tilted balance. And as such, officers consider that the benefits of the proposal outweigh any harm that might arise, and the recommendation is for approval, subject to the conditions and subject to a Section 106 agreement to secure the affordable housing contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair, Councillor Chamberlain, Ward Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't wish to repeat exactly what's just been said, so I'll keep it really short. This is obviously in my ward. As Wendy has said, approval was granted not that long ago for some houses behind. From my point of view, this is fantastic that it's coming forward as bungalows in our area that we don't see coming forward on an application very often. And I strongly believe that we need bungalows in our areas, all of our areas, for people for accessibility issues, various reasons. So I appreciate this is a departure. However, it's in such a sustainable location now with the developments at Tithe Barn, Munkerton coming forward, literally just behind them. I see that there's a condition in there for the cycle scooter storage, which is brilliant coming forward because, like Wendy's just said, there is a cycle route directly behind this in Blackhorse Lane. This would also be supported as part of the Broadclyst neighbourhood plan that was created because mentioned in the neighbourhood plan is about the bungalows and the need for those coming forward for various reasons. So for those reasons, I support the officer's recommendation on this one.
Thank you. Right, we're moving into debate now.
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Skinner.
You keep looking the opposite way when I could go to speak, so I couldn't get in here. I'm going to move this. I'm going to support this recommendation. Did you propose?
No, she couldn't as ward member.
Right. Then I'm going to propose this recommendation in going forward, support the officers in this, and I pick up at the point what you said, Councillor Chamberlain. It is a welcome to actually have some bungalows that are mixed into some schemes for a change. And when I've challenged this with developers in the past, they always say the trouble is with bungalows, they're what they call ground hungry because they don't deliver the values of what a house can deliver. Well, that doesn't in the business we're in. So I very much support this scheme. It is right behind all of the other applications. You know, there's 1,500 houses coming in around there. It makes a nonsense not to finish this site off. So I'm very much in support of it and support what you're saying. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Just to carry on from that, also to add, not only are we seeing, you know, impressively that the bungalows are going in here, but also the huge affordable housing contribution that's coming forward with it as well. So for me, this scheme is brilliant, and I'd like to see more of these come forward across the area. So,
Councillor Gazzard.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to support, as has already been said. It's really a pleasure to see bungalows coming forward, but what's also very good is that they're each going to have an electric charging point as well, which is another thing in its favour. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Davey.
Yes, I'm happy to support. It's a sustainable location. It's a fairly natural infill between some existing development and the pub. And like other members, I applaud the decision to go for bungalows. I take it there was no particular constraint that meant that bungalows had to be put there, because I would just point out that I live in an area of bungalows and a lot of them have gone into the roof space and potentially become two-storey houses. And if that would lead to overlooking, I don't know whether we can condition that or whether there is a danger of overlooking, but I'm just aware of that possibility because a lot have happened in the area where I live, and I had a garden that wasn't overlooked and now I do. So I'm just wondering if that can be conditioned. And if there's, perceived to be a need for that, would it end up overlooking other properties?
Andy?
So I was just looking at the permitted development rights which are recommended for so classes B and C. I think roof is class D. So I don't think we are proposing to remove permitted development rights for alterations to the roofs. Just in terms of what is permitted development, so any first floor side facing window is not permitted development. So if you to do a roof extension with a side facing window, it would have to be obscure, glazed and fixed shut. So that would prevent overlooking in a sideways. So I think in terms of any issues here, it would be in terms of the new bungalows that are effectively going in here. I think with the separation distances, etc., and also looking at the relatively, I'm not saying you couldn't put a room in the roof there, but they're relatively shallow pitched roofs. So yes, we could remove permitted development rights for alterations to the roof. My view is I'm not sure would be necessarily reasonable in this situation. I don't think the site is particularly constrained above and beyond any other site, and we should only be removing permitted development rights when we have concerns about the site being sort of constrained or having particular characteristics that would justify it.
If I can just come back on that.
Is there another comment? Or,
well, just looking at the design, I can see actually, because of the sloping gables, as it were, you don't have vertical gables, which tend to lend themselves to development in the roof. So I agree, there's probably no need to condition that.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you. Can I just ask Mrs. Ormsby, just for clarification, there was a comment on the notes about the separation of the two plots, one being 3 houses and one being 5. But in order to get the £230,000, I presume we've now agreed that it is one site and that 8 houses are involved, rather than going down the other route of having some affordable and then some not.
Yes, so it is set out in the PPG that where you have that to prevent developers or landowners bringing forward a little bit of a field and a little bit of and not meeting the thresholds, where you have plots that are in the same land ownership that are clearly, that you can look at them and say no, it's reasonable that we're looking at the entire, so the 8 properties rather than 5 and the 3, and you now meet the thresholds. So that is following guidance that's set out in the PPG. So we have taken into account those 3 now.
Thank you. Right, no more speakers. Damien.
Thank you, Chair. So we have a proposal of approval in line with, approval with conditions in Section 106 agreement in respect to the affordable housing contribution, in line with Planning Officer's recommendation put forward by Councillor Skinner and seconded by Councillor Chamberlain. So all those in favour, please.
Unanimous in support, so that's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 9, planning application 222782, full application, Holmesley Land and Buildings, Moncton. Mrs. Ormsby.
So this is an application for it's a retrospective application for the retention of a mobile home, and this is the wider site. It's at Hawkland Farm, so the blue land is showing the land in the applicant's ownership, which is the side of the farm, and this is the...
Thank you.
Sorry, did you want me to start again? So very briefly, this is the application site here. showing the access in red, coming into a site where it's proposed, where it's retrospective application to retain a mobile home on agricultural land, and the blue line here is indicating the overall ownership, land ownership, and this is zooming in a little bit, showing the positioning of the mobile home. So it's a retrospective application for the temporary siting of a static caravan as a rural workers' dwelling. A temporary 3-year permission is sought for the retention of the static caravan to serve as accommodation for an on-site worker to manage a proposed satellite unit to the applicant's main farm, which is based in South Molton. The proposal is to house the young stock and calves from the dairy unit, which is based at South Molton, at this site, as well as carrying out silaging on the land and nearby rented land and running a small flock of sheep. This is a plan showing the mobile home itself, and here you can see the photographs as it is a retrospective application. And more pictures, and this is just views through to where the caravan is sited. So in terms of considering this application, policy H4 considers dwellings for persons employed in rural businesses and permits such dwellings subject to meeting all of the relevant criteria that are set out in the policy. And the key issue for consideration is whether the application demonstrates it as an essential functional requirement for an on-site rural worker. And it's also necessary to demonstrate that the future operational viability of the business. So a detailed agricultural appraisal was submitted in support of the application, and which we have assessed, and it does conclude that there is a need for a full-time worker on this site. And in that regard, the proposal meets the tests of the relevant policy. There have been concerns raised by the parish council and by local residents about camping business, which is alleged to be run from the site, and that it is run in association with this mobile home. Any unauthorised camping use that needs planning permission, because there is an element of the temporary change of use of land that you can undertake without the need for planning permission when it comes to camping. But any unauthorised use required planning permission would be subject to a separate enforcement investigation. For today, we are considering the merits of this proposal, which is for the siting of a mobile home for a temporary 3-year permission for an agricultural workers' dwelling, and it has been demonstrated, as I mentioned, that there is justification for the need for an on-site full-time worker, and on that basis it is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward members, Councillors Brown and Key.
I'll speak at committee, if it's okay.
Yeah, you don't want to make representation as ward member.
Yes, I will.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Brown can do it there. Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a farce, really, because in actual fact, I mean, there were sheep on the premises, but they belong to somebody else. This gentleman that has actually wanted permission here, he does a lot of outside work. There are actually no cattle at all on the premises at the moment, and I'm not quite sure how long they've owned it. It's some considerable time. So really, you know, this is a little bit of a farce. That they farm down at South Molton. They used to farm just a little bit further along the road from this in Moncton. Then they sold that and went down to a council farm in South Molton. But to me, as I say, I really cannot agree with it because, as I say, there is no stock on the premises at the moment.
Thank you. Any comment?
So the supporting information states that they're intending to bring down the young livestock from the South Molton farm onto the land this summer, and it is a temporary permission. So and part of the reason for a temporary permission with regards to rural workers' dwellings is to make sure that the business is viable. As you know, so if after 3 years it's apparent that there has been no meaningful ongoing agricultural use of the land, because they would be needing to submit accounts, etc., to if they wanted to renew this, then there would be justification well, more to the point, there'd be no justification to extend that temporary permission.
Thank you. Right. Councillor Brown, we're in debate now, okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Right, my recommendation is to refuse this application until such times that it be shown that a farm workers unit is required. The site was first brought by attention by the parish council over 12 months ago when it was used for wild camping. This was reported to the enforcement officer, who told the owners of Holmesley that they would need to apply for planning permission for the home that was on the site. The enforcement officer returned some months later to inquire why the application hadn't been progressed. When the application did arrive, it was for a rural workers' dwelling, although no farming or cattle of any form had been seen on the site. The land in the meantime is rented to a local person for sheep. Also, camping is still taking place. It needs to be demonstrated that in functional terms, there is an essential need and a functional need for a rural workers unit on the site. And whilst camping is still taking place and other people are renting the land for sheep and there is no cattle, which is the reason for the application, there is not a proven need. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this very brief, but it just seems to me like this application is trying to get through the back door just to enhance the business of camping, nothing to do with agriculture. I mean, why would they want to bring cattle down from South Molton to put on a field down here? It just doesn't make sense. And he hasn't done it in the past. He hasn't got any of his own sheep on the land or anything else. I agree with Councillor Key. I think it's a farce, and I would object. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davey, then Councillor Key.
I think we're listening to a lot of speculation and hearsay here. The officers seem to be satisfied. And I think, you know, there's kind of a suggestion our officers don't know what they're doing. An enforcement officer has visited the site and will no doubt go back if camping. You can run a temporary campsite for a period of a month, I believe. You know, if it's longer than that, then they will need to apply for planning permission for it. But our officers are satisfied that the case has been made, and I know they're usually fairly rigorous tests for this, that a case has been made for a worker to be on site. It's only a temporary permission, and therefore I cannot support refusal. I think the case has been made.
Thank you. I tend to agree with that. Councillor Key.
Yes, I mean, the thing is, I mean, okay, none of you have been near the site. We passed by the site. There's nothing there at the moment. So, unless they can actually prove that this is needed, I mean, and with regard to the camping of that, I mean, as Ms. Ormsby will know, I mean, I think there's about 200 different organisations that you can apply for camping, caravans, all this type of thing, which we have no jurisdiction over really whatsoever. But I mean, and unless they can actually prove and that cattle can be seen or sheep can be seen on the site, then what's the need of anybody to be there? There isn't, because he does, the person that's occupying this does outside work. He is actually advertising for work. So he's not doing anything on there because there's nothing to do. So I do respect what the planning officers are and what when it's put to them in paper, but when it's actually in reality, that's the point, when it's in reality. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a temporary application, and the applicants have said they will be bringing the cattle in. So it is speculative, the comments I've heard. So really the proof will be if they get this permission and they bring the cattle in. If you refuse it, you can go to appeal. You've already spoken, Councillor Lawrence. Anybody else want to speak?
Wendy would like to come in. Miss Ormsby.
Mrs. Ormsby.
Thank you. It's just coming back on the point of the fact that there's a few comments been made that there's no notable agricultural business taking place on the site. So people can come forward with proposals for new agricultural holdings, and that's part of the reason that we would normally only ever grant a temporary consent, because they need to give them the opportunity to start the business up, prove that it works, then come to us to show that it's viable. And in that situation, we might then contemplate granting a permanent new dwelling on the site. So it's not unusual for a business not yet to have started when we're considering a temporary workers' dwelling. The other aspect here is there is a proposed condition saying that the occupation of the mobile home shall be limited to a person solely or mainly working or last working in the locality in agriculture. So if it was felt that the person living in there did not meet that definition, they would be in breach of that planning condition, and we could take enforcement action. So if, for example, it transpired that in 6 months' time, nothing is happening on that land and the person seems to be engaged in other occupations, that's something that our enforcement officers could pursue.
Right.
Can I just ask one question?
They have actually owned the property for about 2 years. So, I mean, if they can't do something within 2 years.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah. I mean, why have they left it, like Councillor Keith says, they've owned the property for 2 years. Why did they leave it until recently before they applied for a planning permission and then applied for that?
I don't know, but they've applied for a temporary planning permission, and if they don't bring the cattle in, then that will expire. So, right. Okay. You've been...
Yes, but I mean, also, Ms. Ormsby said about if he's not, sort of employed in agriculture, then that would be a detrimental point as well, wouldn't it?
Yes, and there is a planning condition that requires the occupiers of that unit to be solely or mainly employed in agriculture. That's proposed as condition 3 in the report.
So that is conditioned. Over to you, Damon.
Okay, Chair, so at the moment we've just got a proposal from Councillor Brown for refusal on the basis that there's no proven need for the development, but we've also got Mrs Ormsby saying that there has been a proven need. So I don't know where we're going to go with this at the moment. If that's your reasons, I think we need firmer, stronger reasons.
It doesn't comply to H4.
It's been proposed and seconded. Can you give your planning reasons for refusal, please?
It doesn't comply to policy H4.
It doesn't comply with policy H4.
Yeah.
Why are you saying that's the case?
Why? Because there's no... He hasn't given a proven need. He's had 2 years to get the cattle there. The cattle are going to have a large carbon footprint, bringing them over from South Molton over to... Councillor Davies should agree with this. You don't need a large footprint, carbon footprints, between two places where your cattle are going backwards and forwards.
So can we hear from Mrs Ormsby then in response to whether or not she considers it complies with policy H4?
So the application is supported by a business proposal that sets out how the business will proceed moving forward, starting with cattle being brought onto the site in the summer. So we have got a detailed report that's been provided by an agricultural consultant who has concluded that it is demonstrated that there is a requirement for a full-time equivalent person to be living on site. And that is based on, they're not saying that this business has been ongoing, they're saying this is a business that's about to start taking place. So it'd be very difficult for us to say they haven't provided that evidence when there is a detailed document provided by a specialist agricultural consultant as part of the planning application.
Yeah, but we can all get things to work on paper.
But
it's in reality they need to work. And they should have started by now. If that was their intentions, bear in mind they've been there for 2 years. If that is their intentions, they would have started by now.
The fact that they've owned the land for 2 years and they put in a temporary application proves nothing. Nothing at all. Speculation. You've been
Yeah,
before.
I've got something
Is it a
important to say.
question or an amendment?
It's a question to Mrs. Ormsby. Are you aware that there is a website, quite a comprehensive website, called the Otter Vale Wild Camping, which covers this site and says we are offering wild camping over 70 acres, which presumably is the whole site. So as they're advertising that, we have relocated. Our opening date will be 22nd of July 2022. I mean, it clearly states that it's going to be a camping site, not a farm. So anyway,
That's an advert. That's not part of this application.
no, but it is. It's out there for everybody to see. It's a full website.
Yeah, well then the enforcement will come in if
Right.
they haven't got permission.
Okay.
There's that option for us. So back to you, Damien.
So, Chair, we find ourselves still in the situation where we've got a motion for refusal on the line that the proposal doesn't comply with policy H4, albeit we've heard from the Development Control Manager that it does comply with policy H4. So ultimately, if we're going to take a vote on this, the likelihood is, and I think I've got to warn you at this stage, that there will be an appeal,
Yeah.
and that the appeal will be successful, and that there'll be cost against this council. So if you want to still propose that on, having had that advice, then ultimately it is your right to do so. But my strong advice, and I believe from Ms Ormsby as well, is that this isn't a substantiated refusal, and that you will lose an appeal and we will get costs against us.
Now, Councillor Chamberlain.
I think we're stuck in a very difficult position. I appreciate the ward members see this every day. I don't even know where it is. I've never been there, so I can't possibly comment on what's happening on the site now or has done in the past couple of years. When I see applications come forward like this, for me, somebody who's actually, trying their hand in farming and doing bits and pieces, I think to myself, well, brilliant, we've got people willing to, start these smaller farms up and get going with them. And I'm really pleased with that every time I hear it, because I hear so often of farmers passing away with all their knowledge after all these years. And so this, to me, makes me really happy. However, I then listen to the ward members who actually I do take account of their knowledge for their areas and everything like that. The camping, there's two issues here. The camping we're not taking into account because that's not on this application. However, I will highlight that there is the possibility to have a 365 days a year camping licence on an exemption certificate that doesn't need planning for. You can have up 5 caravans, and you can have, depending on which company you go with, unlimited tents. And that doesn't need planning permission, and that can be done on agricultural land. Believe me, I've looked into it lots. So if we think, I don't see, because I can't think of a policy, and I understand completely where you are with this, but I cannot think of a policy to support it on refusal. But I do think if we the problem is, and they go to appeal if we refuse it, we've got evidence that's been sent in to us for a new setup to say this is what they're going to do. We can't say yes or no, they are or not going to do that until it starts. So if we approve this with the conditions, and maybe we want to think about putting extra conditions in there, and bringing it forward for, I don't know, an inspection or site visit after 6 months of startup to ensure that it is being used for the uses that it has been granted for, I think we are far safer doing it that way, in the hope that they actually stand by what they say they're going to be doing, and this farm comes forward and they use it for agricultural purposes. And at the same time, running alongside that, the enforcement can then go in and have a look at the camping side of things going forward as well. And if that's not already been done, then I'm sure the ward members will bring that to the attention of the enforcement officer to ensure it's going forward at the same time. So for me, I'm struggling to find a policy that we can use to refuse it. I think we'd actually be far better to approve it, taking into account what's come in with the application under H4, and actually use that more to our advantage of then monitoring it and keeping a closer eye on it. And actually, if they don't use it, we've got that policy to throw back at them and say, we granted you planning permission on this policy, you're not adhering to it, we'll take it away. And enforcement action is started. We lose the risk then of an appeal coming against us and costs. And I think everybody will be happy with that going forward.
No.
Condition
can I-
3 does cover what I was hoping that, you know, the employment side of it. So,
In view of the wise words of the Vice Chair and the professional advice that's been given, I think it's very logical, it's sound advice. I'm asking whether the proposer and seconder would like to reconsider.
There's no way I can support the application, knowing what's gone on in the past.
Can you give a policy reason why it should be refused?
Can we listen to Wendy quickly? Mrs. Ormsby.
I was just thinking, I don't think it would be unreasonable to consider the length of time that we're proposing for this temporary caravan. It's not in the description of development, the specific time that is sought, and bearing in mind the fact that it is already on site, as retrospective. For example, I don't think it would be unreasonable to perhaps reduce the 3 years down to 2 years. So that does give a tighter period for us to be able to revisit what's actually been going on at the site.
Yeah.
Can we reduce it to 1?
I think that would be, bearing in mind that we
a
are...
whole summer and a whole winter. to
We
get it
don't
up
know
and
what the
running.
weather's going to be like.
Chair, would you like me? I haven't spoken yet, so I think I'm.
No, I
Well, I
sort of
particularly-
wondered if you were still here, Councillor Skinner.
I particularly stood back from this one because I've got a lot of knowledge in this, and I just wanted to let everybody else and just get the feel for where they are and what's happening here. I absolutely understand my colleagues here on the left, and I absolutely understand that if they feel that in some way that we're having the wool pulled over our eyes. But we have to state facts here, and the facts are, in the cold light of day, that if they put through what is an agricultural recommendation and a proposal through the council, which they have done, and they put that report up and it stands up to scrutiny, to what that is, the test standing up to scrutiny is going to be over the 3-year period of time. So regardless of what has gone on with the application beforehand, that scrutiny wasn't in place because he didn't have to bring the stock on because he hadn't made a planning application. Yeah. But now it is in place, because from the day that he now gets a planning permission, from this day on, he then has to have stock on board or stock from wherever and has to actually adhere to the conditions of which are being put in place by this authority. So I absolutely understand where Councillor Brown is coming from, and Councillor Lawrence in this, and Councillor Key in actual fact, because nobody wants to feel that we're being taken advantage of. I don't think that the process that we're putting in place is taking advantage of us, and I happen to think that it gives them the time of play, and I'm not actually advocating reducing it, to be fair. I'm more of a say, because that's the normal state of play. We always do 3 years. And as we had a discussion before, why would we take somebody out from an application earlier, take somebody out as an exemplar to take that away from the rules that everybody else has to abide by? Wouldn't quite be fair for me, reducing from 3 to 2 to 1. It's not playing the game, in my view. So I think where the test is from the day he gets planning to 3 years' time. Yeah. And if they don't have the farming in play, and if they don't have the sheep, the cattle, or whichever way that they propose to do it, and the accounts and the farming accounts do not stack up to be substantiating this particular application, in 3 years' time, it will come back to this authority to understand whether or not it stacks up and whether or not he's going to apply for a house or whatever it is going to do. And that's normally what follows is the following of a house, and whether or not that business can stack that up. So for me, we've got measures and belts and braces in place to ensure that the wool doesn't get took over eyes, and I absolutely support what my fellow colleagues are trying to do, but we have to actually follow planning law. And the planning law as it states today is the gentleman, the applicant in this case, I won't say gentleman, the applicant in this case has every ability to go through this particular process and be dealt with the same as anybody else would be dealt with. So for me, I'm struggling to go against this application because I feel I need to support this application on the basis it's not a done deal. If it doesn't work out and he doesn't stack up and he doesn't put his animals his farming into play, that works out, this isn't going to happen. As far as camping, let's take the next issue. As far as camping is concerned, as a farmer, I know how difficult it is to farm and to make a profit, and I'm sure anybody else that's in here who's appreciated of farming would understand that. What we've had for many, many years now within the agricultural industry is diversification. And what this gentleman is doing is if he's having a diversifying into other things to make the land stack up, as far as I'm concerned, if it means there's a parity between the farming working and subsidising the farming through camping or whatever means that he thinks he's going to do, then as far as I'm concerned, I am also supportive of that. So I think, to be clear, Chair, I think the way this application has been put forward, the way it's gone through the process with the assessment, agricultural assessment that's going to take place in 3 years, I can do nothing more than support the application because there are no grounds to refuse it. And what we can't be seen to be doing on this committee is literally putting a coach and horses through our policy on the basis because we don't like something for whatever reason. My colleagues, if they feel that there are sound planning reasons, and I'm sure that's why we're here, to draw out those reasons as to why we might not support an application. I don't get the feel for that from here other than what is hearsay really on what members are saying. And I think the hearsay moves into the positive mode whereby what they have to actually do is demonstrate that this is a commercially working farm and that it will adhere to the conditions that are put in play by this authority as we move on in 3 years' time. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. I couldn't believe some of it. Totally in agreement with you. Right. Does your proposal still stand?
Chair, in light of what Councillor Chamberlain had to say, and if we can impose that condition that perhaps we have a site visit in 6 months to make sure that we're going down the right route, I'm prepared to withdraw my seconding of the refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, and Councillor Brown. Now, well, you know, I can ask for a seconder. Does your proposal still stand? Well, no, but are you proposing refusal still? Yeah, well, you've made that proposal. Your proposal still stands, or are you withdrawing it?
No, it still stands, but we won't get a seconder, so...
All right, I'll ask for a seconder. Is there a seconder? No. There isn't a seconder, so that one falls. So is there another proposal, please? Councillor Gazzard.
In line with the officer's recommendation, Chair, I move approval.
Is there a seconder for that, please? Councillor Davey. Would you like to speak any more on that?
Very briefly, just to say, I've looked up the address of the wild camping site. It's not actually the same as the application one. That is Holmesley, and the Ottervale Wild Camping is actually shown in a different location, not at Holmesley. So it's been run from a different place, but it does still occupy the same postcode and presumably by implication the same land. In any case, I've got to say, whatever is going on there can be subject to enforcement action. What we are looking at is a proposal for a static caravan to enable farming to go on, and there's no reason why those two things should be incompatible.
Right.
Thank you, Chair. So my understanding is now there's a motion to approve with conditions in line with plan of...
Challenging. What is it we're actually looking for at 6 months, and what's the consequences if we think things aren't quite going? So I do think it would be very difficult to justify and to enforce. I do think we just need to consider this in the same way that we would any other application for a temporary workers dwelling.
Councillor Gazzard, you're the proposer. Would you accept that we don't need a 6 month?
Yes, I would, Chair.
Yeah,
I think we have to be consistent.
Supported by Councillor Davey. Over to you, Damien.
Put on there that if anybody reported it to the planning authority that there still is no stock there and that, then an enforcement could go there?
That could be logged, couldn't it, with the enforcement
could be
officer
logged,
anyway?
couldn't it?
We could, so if at any point, sorry, through you, Chair, if at any point, if at any point, I mean, obviously reasonably, not necessarily within the next few months, but for example, in sort of, 6 to 12 months' time, there was an allegation made to our enforcement team that the person occupying that mobile home was not solely or mainly employed in agriculture, then we could obviously approach them and ask them to evidence that they are complying with that condition.
Yeah. Okay. Damien, back to you.
Okay, lovely. Thanks, then, Chair. So, yeah, we've just got the recommendation of approval in line with the Planning Officer's recommendation then. So, if we can take the vote then, all in favour, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in support.
And those against, please.
1,
And any
1 against.
Any abstentions?
1 abstention. So
Two abstentions.
Oh, apologies.
So 7 for, 1 against, 2 abstentions. So that motion is carried then, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so now, almost to the minute, we adjourn till 2 o'clock. Is that right, Wendy?
Yes.
Do we need that long? Because I see there are 2 people here.
As we've advertised 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
But you
fair
changing
point.
the rules now?
No, I wasn't. I'm just aware of 2 people here speaking. It's called consideration. Members, welcome to this afternoon's meeting. We'll welcome to members of the public as well. And we'll now start the meeting by doing a roll call of committee members. Wendy?
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with yourself, Councillor Ragg.
Present.
Vice Chair, Councillor Chamberlain.
Present.
Councillor Bloxham. Present. Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Davey.
Present.
Councillor De Saram.
Present, thank you, Wendy.
Councillor Gazzard. Councillor Key.
Present, Wendy.
Councillor Lawrence.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Pratt.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Skinner.
Present, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now, interest to declare, please, Wendy. Does anyone have any interest to declare for this afternoon?
I think Councillor Pratt.
I think Councillor Pratt, you might have one for your ward.
No.
No interest to declare? Okay, thank you.
This afternoon.
And nobody else. So we move on to item 11, planning application 222409. It's a major full hire Hawkland Farm, Sidmouth Road, Aylesbury. Mrs. Ormsby, please.
Thank you and good afternoon. So this is a proposal for a solar farm development with permission being required for 40 years, comprising solar arrays, equipment housing, substation, fencing, CCTV, ancillary equipment, landscaping and biodiversity enhancements at Higher Hawkland Farm, Sidmouth Road. And you can see here the red line. So this is the access, so that's existing access track through into Higher Hawkland Farm, which is here. And then here you see the outline of the application site itself. The site's located within the open countryside. The principle of the development is supported by Strategy 39 in the local plan, which addresses renewable and low carbon energy projects. The strategy supports and encourages renewable energy projects with reasoned justification to the policy, stating that significant weight will be given to the wider environmental, social and economic benefits of renewable or low carbon energy projects, whatever their scale. So looking at the scheme in more detail, access is proposed from the A3052 to the north, which runs along here, and the B3108 runs to the east. Members may recall when we were out doing some site visits for alternative sites yesterday, we did drive up this road, and what I did note was the limited possibilities to see through. It's very well screened at the moment. To the east is Higher Hawkland Farm Complex, and there's also a development of 15 static homes in this area here. The overall site area is 22 hectares, and the AONB is located approximately 600 metres to the east. It's basically this road here is the boundary with the AONB. There's a number of listed buildings within the area. The proposal is for a solar farm to create 18 megawatts of energy at its peak. This slide here shows where the solar panels would be located. Also shows the sightings of 5 transformer stations, and the access. There would be some perimeter security deer fencing going around the outside of the site, and that's shown in a little bit more detail later on. And there will also be CCTV cameras. The panels are showing as being up to 3.305, so 3 metres 5 centimetres high. And there is an ecological buffer zone on the field perimeters. So around the edge, again, that's shown in a little bit more detail later on. And there is a gas pipeline that crosses the site. which is this area shown here, which is to be kept free from panels. This is showing the elevations of the panels themselves, so you can see the panels, the spacing between the panels and the overall height of the solar panels. Shows a typical CCTV camera. And this is an example of one of the transformer cabinets painted a green colour. And here we've got an example of how the boundary treatments would be. So you'd have on the outer perimeter hedgerow, there'd be a 5 metre gap before the fencing is then installed, and then a further 5 metres between the fence and the panels themselves. So this is, as I say, this is a deer-proof fence that's going up around the site. For general security as well as that intended purpose. And the intention is to provide an ecological buffer around the site. That's an example of the fencing that is being proposed. So relatively lightweight in terms of visual impact, quite easy to see through, not something that's going to stand out particularly within the landscape. This is one of the proposed substations. And here, just as a bit of context, because members will be well aware, we discussed yesterday an alternative, another solar farm proposal, and I know that members have been interested in questioning matters such as cumulative impact and what are we permitted and where is it in relation, and in terms of particularly with cumulative visual impact. So this plan has been put together just to give an idea of the distribution of consented and proposed schemes within East Devon at the moment. So the green is showing approved schemes. The yellow is the one that was being considered yesterday, a pending scheme. Red is the scheme that was refused earlier this year. And the blue is this current application site. So I think what this does demonstrate is that in terms of cumulative visual impact, this site is set well away from any other existing or proposed solar farms, and in the landscape visual impact assessment within the officer report, the conclusion is that the landscape impact will be minimal, but there's no concern of cumulative impact. So here's some photographs taken from the LVIA that just help to give a little bit of understanding of the site itself. So the picture at the top is looking east across the site, and you can see that the site is sloping gently to the south, and it's looking towards Mill Park Industrial Estate in the distance, in the direction of Exeter. This bottom picture is looking north towards Grindle Brook Farm and Caravan Park. And here the top picture is looking within the site, looking west out, and the bottom looking north from inside the site, and the Grindles is to the far right over here. As you can see, that the land is it's not flat, but it is very gentle in its topography. And this is looking south from inside the site, noting this. I think this is helpful just to show the tree lines, the substantial mature boundaries around the site, which will help to very much contain the visual impacts of the proposed development. This was taken in late autumn when there's very little, if any, leaves on the trees, and even at that time of the year, it is providing quite a good visual screen. And this is a view, a longer distance view taken from the entrance to Greendale Business Park off the A3052, looking southeast. and the fields that I think we're looking at are in this area here. And this is a more zoomed in, so this isn't what you'd actually see because this is a zoomed in photograph taken from the same point, but as I said, that's a bit more of an accurate understanding of the distant views. So in considering the proposal, as I mentioned, the principle of development is supported by Strategy 39, renewable and low carbon energy projects, subject to no significant impacts on landscape and the environment. The policy states that significant weight will be given to the wider environmental, social and economic benefits of renewable or low carbon energy projects, whatever their scale. The NPPF and central government strongly support the provision of renewable energy, and the council itself has declared a climate emergency with the aim of being carbon neutral by 2040. It's the council's ambition to reduce our carbon use at every opportunity and work towards the Think Globally, Act Locally aspiration. Within this action plan, it's stated that the council should support and encourage both commercial and domestic renewable and low carbon energy projects through the granting of planning permission for developments such as solar panels, wind turbines, and other renewable energy solutions where they comply with Strategy 39 of the local plan. Officers are content with the site selection process, which takes into account the availability of a grid connection, agricultural land grading, and the site's accessibility, the visual impact, and the avoidance of designated landscapes. And it's considered to be sound in principle and in its approach. So whilst the proposal would have slight localised adverse impact on the character of the landscape, and there would be moderate to low moderate adverse impact to the character and visual appearance of the countryside, given that it's very hard to site a solar farm anywhere in the countryside where it isn't going to have some form of landscape impact. And given that they recognise that the impact would soften over time with additional enhanced planting that is proposed around the site, and that is proposed by planning condition, that's the landscaped impact is considered overall to be acceptable. Ecology has been considered. It's considered in detail in the officer report, and the impacts on protected species can be mitigated. In addition, there would be biodiversity net gain of just over 64% in habitat area and 13.5% in terms of hedgerow units. The land classification reports indicates that 100% of the site is grade B, so therefore there's no loss of best and most versatile agricultural land. The council's landscape architect considers that the scheme would not give rise to cumulative effects in relation to proposed existing and consented sites within the district by virtue of distance and visual separation, and also due primarily to topography. In summary, the proposed development is likely to give, and the summary of the landscape architect is that the proposal is likely to give rise to a few moderate and moderate low adverse character and visual impacts. The potential cumulative impact in the event that there are any other solar farms proposed or in the future would be sort of considered on their merits as they came forward. There are proposed conditions to secure a construction environmental management plan and a landscape and environmental management plan to mitigate any ecological impacts and also to improve and bolster landscaping around the site. So on balance, having regard to Policy 39, which does strongly support the provision of renewable energy, whatever the scale, and actually in terms of schemes that have come before the committee recently, this is actually one of the smaller ones. It's just 18 megawatts and 22 hectare site. It's considered that the positive benefits of delivering renewable energy outweigh any moderate adverse landscape impacts that may arise, and it is recommended that the application be approved for the temporary 40-year period subject to the conditions set out in the officer report. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Now I'll call the applicant, John Colombi. Welcome, you have 3 minutes.
How's that? Is that working? Very good. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Following extensive pre-application discussion and consultation, our clean energy project at Hawkland Farm has received significant community support and a recommendation that permission be granted. We have worked closely with officers to address statutory consultee comments, evolving the project throughout to ensure the scheme delivers meaningful, sustainable development. I would like to highlight some of the important factors and benefits of our proposal. Our vision for the site is to create a sustainable project that delivers renewable energy alongside ecological and hydrological benefits with a continuation of agricultural use. The project will provide a model of how agriculture, clean energy and wildlife can thrive side by side. If approved, the development will make a substantial contribution to the UK's requirements for renewable energy with a total exported output of approximately 18 megawatts, enough to power almost 6,000 homes with a saving of over 3,500 tonnes of CO2 emissions each year. The panels will be installed on around 30% of the total site area, with less than 5% of the land actually being disturbed, and this leaves space to boost biodiversity by sowing wildflowers, grasses, tree planting and reinforcing existing hedgerows. The project will achieve a significant biodiversity gain with an increase of almost 65% net gain in habitat areas and over 10% of net gain in hedgerow area. The land will continue to be grazed by sheep and likely always will be, given its low agricultural grading and previous unsuccessful attempts to grow crops. It will be rested from more intensive agricultural use, which will reduce chemical inputs, restore the soil and replenish the soil carbons. The project is fully reversible, and after 40 years the land will be rested and will benefit from an improved and resilient ecosystem. The consensus at last year's COP27 conference was irrefutable. To avoid catastrophic climate change, we have to keep global warming below 2 degrees, and we must act now. In 2019, the County Council agreed to declare a climate emergency and initiate a county-wide partnership to ensure Devon becomes carbon neutral by 2050, and this authority targeted carbon neutrality even sooner, by 2040. Our proposed project will make a significant contribution towards reducing local CO2 emissions. We have worked diligently with officers to ensure our proposal is robust and delivers meaningful environmental benefits whilst maintaining its current primary use. The scheme is temporary, reversible, and together with the environmental enhancements and targeted mitigation could be considered the epitome of sustainable development. We therefore respectfully request that permission is granted in accordance with officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call Councillor Tom Wright, the ward member.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of Alan Dent as well, who we both agree totally.
Hold up, Tom, sorry about that. Do you have any declarations of interest?
No declarations whatsoever.
Thank you.
As I say, Alan and I both support this application. Alan's prepared an additional note. He doesn't wish to go over the points he's raised at page 298 in the papers, which I'm sure you've all read. And first of all, Alan apologises for not attending. He's actually in the process of selecting John Golding's successor, so we wish him the best of luck in that.
He's a hard act to follow.
And we are both fully aware of the sensitivity solar farm applications have. We both thank the planning team for their comprehensive report, which covers every aspect of this application. The committee is being asked to consider an application for a major solar farm sited in open countryside adjacent to the main exit to Sidmouth Road. The location is on grade B, 3B agricultural land, and is barely visible to the public unless it happened to be flying overhead. The site is more or less invisible from the A3052. The impact on the local landscape will be minimal. The application meets the requirements of Local Plan Strategy 39 and the strictures of the NPPF. At a time when there is a massive need for green energy generated at low cost and with ever-increasing demands for electrical power derived from green energy sources, this application makes a sound practical sense. Although there have been a number of similar proposals within East Devon, the report quite clearly shows they are well separated and concerns of cumulative impact are unfounded. In line with the officer's report, E and I fully support the application and ask that the committee give it their full support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, members, does anyone have any questions for the applicant, please? Would you like to answer these? Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
I think the question I would like to ask is, could you just clarify the size in land and the megawatt output? I've got two questions, Chair, if you don't, the megawatt output that it is. I know it was mentioned earlier by the officer, but I just wanted you to clarify that for me. It will lead into my second question.
Sure. It will be 18 megawatt peak of solar PV.
Yeah.
And we are using about 57 acres within that red line boundary.
Okay. Do you have an end user for that? Is it just going to the grid?
It's going into the local distribution grid, so it will be part of the Western Power Distribution has been taken over by National Grid. So when I say National Grid, I mean what was Western Power, but it'll be part of their network. So it'll be fed. The electrons will be fed into a 33 kV cable, which is about a mile to the north of the site.
Okay, because that was going to lead him a question about how you're going to get the feeder. So you got a cable in about a mile away. Is that right?
Yeah, a bit less. Yeah.
Bit less. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, much of that information was in the papers. Any more questions? No more questions? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Gazzard now.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as has been stated, we are in a climate emergency, and I think that this application fits in very well with the landscape, and obviously goes along with Strategy 39, which is nice to hear. It is a standalone solar farm. It's not adjacent to any other solar farms. The area is going to be screened very well. Well, it's already screened very well, and it's an ideal location. And I honestly do think that we should be approving this application today. I know there's been many debates on solar farms recently, but I do think that this is one that is ideally suited in the location, and I would be prepared, Chair, to move a recommendation of approval if I can find a seconder.
Is there a seconder, Councillor Desarum?
Yes, Chair, I'm happy to second it on the basis of what we heard, that there's been inability to grow crops within this area, because obviously we have to consider climate emergency versus the ability to generate food production. And as this clearly isn't suited for food production, the next logical step is to have solar panel, the solar farm. And I note that there isn't, as has been stated, a cumulative visual impact. So for those reasons, I'm happy to support Councillor Gazzard's proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to support this, basically because it is a much smaller scheme than the ones we've been looking at recently. It's not a 49.9 megawatt, and they're all getting a little bit like, get as much out of the land as possible. This is the sort of scheme that should be applauded and should be taken on. And I have no problem whatsoever with something of this size. It can't be seen from the road. I think it's a very good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner.
I'm going to take umbrage to Councillor Desarum's viewpoint on its land that doesn't produce doesn't produce food. All land produces food of a dip value. Leave the farming to me, Councillor Desarum, I'm sure.
Through you, Chair, I was just commenting on our speaker. The applicant did mention there was an inability to grow crops. So that's the point that I was raising. Not that we shouldn't grow crops, but the fact that the speaker recognised that there was an issue with this particular site.
Thank you.
I've started, so I'll finish.
Yeah, well, you did name him. He had the right to come
Yeah,
back.
he did, yeah. But he's a good old boy, and I get the reasons for that. That's fine. As has been pointed out before, this scheme does fit well within the countryside. I actually know the area reasonably well. particularly pick on what Councillor Wright was talking about. He knows the area well, it's in his ward, and I will be supporting this scheme.
Thank you. Councillor Key?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, I disagree with what the applicant was saying, because this land was productive. In actual fact, this was a dairy farm until not so many years ago, and it grew a lot of grass, so that was wrong. What I would like to mention is that when it was given out originally, there is some industrial units also right down at the bottom there, which we actually discussed about 2 or 3 months ago and gave permission for. And part of those buildings was for production of sheep. They were going to keep sheep there. Now, looking at this now, it's now surrounded. How are the sheep going to actually get to the buildings, and why was the building originally wanted for sheep in the first place if this was on the cards for actually going into panels? I'm sorry, I can't support it in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davey?
Thank you, Chair. Well, it's lovely to see peace and harmony almost break out over here. But obviously a less contentious application than we looked at yesterday. And yeah, I can take a lot of the points on board. It's a smaller scheme. I would say the visual impact is about the same, really. But at least we have here 100% grade 3B land rather than the 90-odd% we had on the other one. So I'm very happy to see the level of support here. And obviously I give it my support.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything else to add? In which case, we have a proposal by Councillor Gazzard, seconded by Councillor Desarum. Damien.
Do my job again, that's fine. You've already done my job, Chair. So, yeah, we've got a proposal for approval with conditions in line with planning officer's recommendation.
I don't get paid what you do, though.
Oh, peanuts. No, I'm joking. Right, anyway, seriously. So we've got the approval with conditions in line with officer recommendation. All those in favour, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Councillor Gee's going to support it. He said so. Abstain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Chair, can I just say a very few words?
Apparently not.
Hang on. Got to look them up.
The middle one? That's it.
This would have been Alan and my joint swan song, so we'd like to thank the Planning Committee for over the years that you've chaired it, for the way you received us, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your kind words, and we appreciate the input that you and Councillor Dent have given to this committee over the years. Thank you very much.
Sometimes a bit contentious,
but always good-humoured.
That's the secret, Madam Chair, that's the secret. Goodbye all.
Bye-bye, Tom.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yeah, harmony has broken out, isn't it?
See what I did by coming back?
You wouldn't think there were elections next week. Anyway, agenda item 12, planning application 220395, full application, The Oaks, Holliford Lane, Colliford. Mrs. Ormsby.
Okay, so this is an application for the change of use of land to garden and the construction of a building within that land to form an artist studio, stroke workshop and garden machinery store for use incidental to the enjoyment of the main dwelling and associated works including the retention of earthworks, level changes and a Devon bank, hard surfacing and the installation of gates and landscaping, and the application is part retrospective. This shows the parcel of land in question, this red-edged site in here. which is adjacent to a disused menage in here, which is outside the application site, outside of the applicant's ownership. The blue line here shows the land within the applicant's ownership, which follows this line here and excludes these buildings in here. So this is the main house for the applicant. This is a commercial patisserie building within the grounds, and this is the proposed extension. So the site is outside of any identified development boundary, so it's effectively development in the countryside where Strategy 7 applies, which does not support buildings of this nature, residential related buildings. Strategy 7 obviously supports things such as agricultural, forestry workers, dwellings, etc. However, it is also necessary to consider, is there actually any harm arising from the proposal that has been put to us? Worth pointing out here is Hawkland Farm, which is here, which is a Grade 2 listed building. And, oh, sorry.
Keep saying here and there, and I don't know where it is.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so I'll just quickly recap. So application site in red here, blue land here is the applicant's land, which excludes these buildings in here. They're not within the applicant's ownership. So this is the main house. This is the commercial patisserie building, which is within the curtilage of the dwelling. And this is the disused menage, which is not part of, so is in separate ownership. And here is Hawkland Farm, which is a Grade 2 listed building, and the buildings that front the lane here are curtilage listed, associated with Hawkland Farm itself. And there is reference to the fact that prior, about a year ago, within the application land, there was a copse of trees which have been felled, and there's obviously been concerns raised by the parish and the local residents about that fact. However, the trees were not protected, and the trees, whilst always regrettable, in many people's opinion, to see the loss of trees, there was nothing unlawful about the removal of those trees. The site itself, within the report, it was initially considered that the application site was within flood zones 2 and 3. However, some further information and some modelling work that's been put to the Environment Agency has confirmed that, in fact, the land is within flood zone 1, and the Environment Agency have accepted that. The application has also been amended during its lifetime to reduce the footprint and massing of the building that is proposed in here, which I will now proceed to show you. So this is the application site, and this is the proposed siting of the workshop studio building with some hard standings around, and there is some change of levels here, so retaining wall, bit of soft planting. And this is the Devon bank that's already been put in, and this is why the application is part retrospective, because that bank is already there. And this is the gates and posts. I should mention that this access, there was a previous planning consent for an extension of residential curtilage for land that's sort of just up in this area here, and also for this access. So that was consented a few years ago and has already actually got planning permission, effectively, the access way through. This is the elevations. So due to the levels on the site, that's the sort of the front of the building, sort of effectively sort of 2-storey in scale. And then at the rear, single storey. So with sort of commercial, industrialised openings on the frontage there. The materials have been, this is the scheme that's been amended, and the materials also changed to be a little bit more in keeping with its rural setting. And this is some cross sections just showing how it fits into the land, showing the line of the Devon bank that's already gone in. And here are the roof plans and footprints of the building. And here is some photographs. So this is the existing access track that does already have planning permission. And where that car is probably about where the end of the building would come. This here is a driveway, a private driveway to a neighbouring property. So this is within the site, so the building would be going in behind this fence. So this area of land in at the back here is where the building would be sited. And this is the Devon Bank that has already been put in. And this is the works that have taken place in association with an earlier planning permission. And here is where, if you remember, there was like a driveway round to the yard, so that's where that would be taking place within the site. This is another view into the land where the building is proposed to be constructed. This is the Devon Bank that's gone in, and obviously over time that will mature and grow up and act as a more of a screen to the development behind here. That is a neighbouring property. And this is looking south. Again, this is the private drive to the neighbouring property, and just showing there's quite a substantial outbuilding on the neighbouring land that's in existence there. This is an old pole barn, but this is in the area of land which I pointed out as being outside of the applicant's ownership, so it's not available to them in terms of a building they could be looking to restore. Here we are, that's the main site where the building is proposed, and a further view down of the Devon Bank and the neighbouring property. So as we mentioned, the principle of development here is not supported by the local plan, but we do need to consider whether there's any harm arising. The concerns that have been raised are the visual impacts. Officers have been to site, and the views of this building would be very, very limited at all. It is from any public land. It is very, very well contained. This neighbouring property may get some views through, but there's no views from any public land. So there's no adverse landscape harm arising from the development. There were concerns raised about potential for noise from the workshop because the applicant does sculpting and things like that. So that's been dealt with by proposed planning conditions recommended by the Environmental Health Officer set out in the report to control noise emissions from the building. There's also necessary to consider the impact on the setting of the listed buildings at Hawkland Farm. And again, there's very limited intervisibility between this site and the listed buildings and the Cottage listed buildings provided. The Council's Conservation Officer did raise some concerns about whether sufficient information had been provided to demonstrate that, but the officers feel that there's cross-sectional drawings that clearly show the scale and the height of the building relative to existing land topography, and are satisfied that there will be no harm to the setting of the listed buildings. And there are no highway issues arising either. So the conclusion is that it's a modest extension of an ancillary residential curtilage into the countryside, and often when you are extending curtilages, you are maybe affecting the landscape, affecting the rural character. But in this instance, because it is so well contained, the officer's view is that the impacts will be negligible. There's no harm arising, and therefore it is recommended that planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call the objectors. Mike Elsey. Welcome, Mr. Elsey. You have 3 minutes.
It's on. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. 2 sizable workshops already exist within the existing residential curtilage. See page 20 of the officer's report, the aerial photo either side of the midpoint of the white arrow. The report references one of these, requiring retrospective planning approval in 2017 for a garden machinery store, some 50 square metres in size. Need for another third building? Existing workshops could be converted. The latest application fails to justify a further extension to domestic curtilage and yet more form within the open countryside. The planning officer confirms it is a departure from the development plan. On page 16 of the report, he suggests there's a consistency in approach with previous application 171353. But that application for the large garden machinery store is so much closer to the applicant's residential property. The latest application is on a far more sensitive site, at the furthest distance from the applicant's residence. The proposed site once comprised 4 to 5 mature willow and alder trees and other important wildlife habitat. Satellite imagery and photographic evidence confirms the extensive tree canopies and trunk sizes of trees that once existed. The trees were felled deliberately, all vegetation cleared and the site excavated prior to the submission of a planning application. Schedule 14 of the Environment Act makes provision for LPAs to assess habitat loss from any evidence of previous site condition and to take the earlier habitat state as the baseline. I urge you do this. Wet woodland is classified as priority habitat. The LPA has a duty to have regard to its conservation as part of its decision making. Crucially, many of the 11 objections reference that the site is clearly identified in the Colleton Neighbourhood Plan as important parish woodland. Why is the neighbourhood plan being ignored? The Conservation Officer has expressed concerns about the design and appearance of the new workshop, advising changes. Otherwise, it will be out of keeping with the existing historic grouping when viewed from the east. Again, ignored. As regards harm to the significance of a heritage asset, paragraph 202 indicates it should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. Unlike the commercial patisserie building nearby, there is no public benefit with the proposed hobby workshop. It is a building solely for one man's use and might only be utilised in the way it is intended for 15 to 20 years. What happens then? The proposed two-storey workshop is huge, akin to a small business unit found on an industrial estate. To make it acceptable, some 13 detailed planning conditions are recommended. For a domestic hobby workshop, this must be unprecedented and demonstrates the scale and nature of the problems with this application, conditions that will require monitoring and supervision over time. Please refuse the application, reflect on what many would consider an act of ecological vandalism, and insist on a serious tree planting scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elsey. Colin Pady. Welcome to the meeting. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to speak against this planning application. Speaking as a former resident of Holliford Farmhouse, and with properties still adjoining the Oaks, I have a special interest in wishing to protect this valley from unnecessary and intrusive development. As a member of Colleton Parish Council, you will have seen the 9 valid points of objection we have forwarded. I wish to reinforce these objections by saying, please listen to local people who wish to save this valley. The proposal does encroach on an unspoiled extension of Holliford Woods, which should be protected under the Colleton Neighbourhood Plan. Have the planners even looked at Colliford Neighbourhood Plan? As a co-author of the environmental section of that plan, which seeks to reinforce the East Devon local plan, in section Collie 2, where the green spaces of the parish are identified as warranting protection from harmful development, this proposal is a direct threat to Holliford Woods extension, described as springline mires with alder, willow, hazel, and this wet woodland habitat is in danger of being lost, with endangered species such as the woodcock, water rail, hazel dormouse, 5 or 6 species of bats, threatened by inappropriate draining and the building of a metal working workshop. Totally out of scale and out of keeping, wrongly proposed for this rural setting, with the accompanying noise and light pollution. I implore this planning committee to ignore the planning officer's recommendation and advice. He is putting 13 13 conditions. Can half of them ever be enforced? Will they be enforced? He must be nervous by giving 13 conditions. This application is a step too far and will harm this quiet and tranquil valley. The applicant has ignored pre-application advice, and the committee must reject this application. It flies in the face of the neighbourhood plan, which seeks with the local plan to protect such precious, quiet countryside such as the Holyford Valley. On behalf of and for the sake of visitors and those who live in this special place, please reject this application with a resounding no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pady. Marion Lamb, supporter.
Thank you. Do I switch this on?
It's on.
Okay. Well, thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of the application for the artist studio and workshop. My husband and I have lived at the old pump house since 2014 and are immediate neighbours of the proposed development. You'll have seen our house in many of the photos shown earlier. The site in question abuts our land near the front entrance, and because of this proximity, we've scrutinised all the relevant plans and papers very carefully. We're in support of the application for the following reasons. The objective professional opinion of the planning officer is that the application should be approved with certain conditions that I know the applicant, Mr. Vanier, is willing to accept. The substantive objection was that the site was on a floodplain, but this has been accepted to be incorrect, as has been mentioned. The drainage scheme planned to deal with surface water, which is mentioned, will improve the current poor drainage at the end of our drive and on Holyford Lane. Taken as a whole, the proposal will be a positive development. The well-designed studio will be barely visible from Holyford Lane or any public footpaths or bridleways, and what is visible will merge with the present mixture of buildings and vegetation. And it will enable Mr. Vanier, who's an artist, to create sculptures. It's for his personal use, not for business nor commercial purposes, and will not lead to any increase of traffic on Holyford Lane. And the building and Devon Bank will actually contain noise of equipment rather than increase noise in the area. We're the property most likely to be affected by the building, which will be partially visible from our house, but it's clear that the proposed screening and newly planted Devon Bank will mitigate considerably any potential impact and, in fact, provide a more pleasant aspect than the scrub that was there previously. And to finish, we'd like to make a couple of observations. Mischievous objection, I think, has been made on the grounds that valuable woodland has been destroyed. The small area that was cleared of nettles, brambles and fallen willows has never formed part of Holyford Woods, at least not for more than 40 years, as is evident from a lot of evidence. Nor was it rich in wildlife in comparison with the surrounding areas. Mr. Pady mentioned all kinds of wildlife, which is true, you can find in Holyford Woods. Any potential negative effect on the rural atmosphere of this small hamlet has been much exaggerated by those who perhaps wish to promote this as a holiday destination rather than accept it as a place where people live and work. We therefore request that this application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. And now there's a statement, I believe, from David Washington. Wendy, can you read it out, please?
Thank you, Chair. As a long-term friend of the applicant, I fully support the application for an artist studio and workshop at the site and the creation of a Devon Bank. It should be allowed for a man of great talent and sensitivity to create new artistic works. The applicant has operated an artisan patisserie within the wider site for over 40 years, employing, excuse me, I've gone all shaky. Excuse me, over 12 persons. Let me start again. The applicant has operated an artisan patisserie within the wider site for over 40 years, employing over 12 personnel in total harmony with the area. You only have to view his art and what is already a spectacularly planned and executed large garden hidden in the landscape of this beautiful valley. Excellent and imaginative planting schemes have been designed and implemented across the garden that blend in with nature and the natural surroundings. Even the roof over a garden seat has been planted, creative and imaginative. To emphasise the points, the applicant has a great sense of purpose and care with all aspects of planning that has already been achieved in the garden, with land that was originally brambles and scrub, now planted with over 1,500 plants and trees and grasses. The creation and planting of the Devon Bank is an inspiration, being planted with over 200 native hedging whips, including hazel, beech and blackthorn, aiding both a visual aspect and additional habitat for wildlife. 12 native trees, including birch, crabapple, hornbeam, oak and hazel, have been planted on the bank, and a further 34 trees in the close vicinity, more than replacing any willows removed. The bank creates screening and noise reduction to neighbouring properties and is crucial to the project. It is the applicant's imagination, artistic commitment and pursuit of beauty which has guided all of his endeavours. The house and garden design and application, in our opinion and others, is on a scale that would match some of the best in the UK. I understand that all the necessary planning concerns have been fully addressed over the last year. Now that clearly supports the approval. Opposers to the planning scheme has stated and intimidated the applicant's activities and planning proposal are damaging to the Hollywood Valley and its wildlife. I strongly contest this view. The plan enhances the location. What I have truly stated above only confirms that the aspect of the proposed development accords with the existing house, garden and area. Everything action to date has been done to an incredible high level and thought and precision, with an eye for nature's detail to improve and maintain the area that has created a spectacular space, not destroy it. This application adds to the enhancement of the area and should be encouraged and approved.
Thank you, Wendy. And now the agent, Matthew Daltamaran, please.
Thank you, Chair. We're thankful for your office's positive assessment of the application in the committee report, and we would agree with the recommendation and suggested conditions. The proposal seeks permission for the change of use of a section of land to the south of the applicant's existing grounds to facilitate the construction of an artist studio, workshop and garden machinery store for the applicant's personal use. As acknowledged by the officer, the applicant is a keen artist, and the building is intended to provide a purpose-built space where he can indulge in his hobby of making metal sculptures and ceramics. No commercial or business use is proposed, and the use of the building would not therefore harm the amenity of surrounding residential properties. The applicant has worked proactively with the council during the application's assessment period to resolve all planning concerns that have been raised by the council, consultees and third parties. The proposal has been carefully designed and amended during the planning application in consultation with the planning officer to carefully respond to and harmonise with its surroundings. We concur with the officer's assessment that its siting on low-lying ground, partially recessed within the site and clad with natural timber, gives the building a recessive appearance. We also concur that the Devon Bank, which is being constructed to the south of the site, and the proposed landscaping would provide effective natural screening of the building within the surrounding landscape. An independent hydraulic modelling study has been carried out which demonstrates the proposal, including the Devon Bank, is not at risk of flooding, nor will it increase the risk of flooding elsewhere. On the basis of the study's findings, the Environment Agency has amended its flood planning maps for the area and removed its objection to the application. It has also been demonstrated that the proposal would have a positive impact on ecology and biodiversity and would not have any likely significant effect on the beer quarry and caves at SAC. We would agree with the officer's assessment that proposal would not have any harm on the significance of the listed buildings at Horriford Farm by virtue of the distance between the sites and the physical separation by Hollyford Lane. It is noted that third parties have made comments with regard to the clearance of the site, and while Policy Collie 2 of the Neighbourhood Plan highlights that development proposals resulting in the loss, damage or deterioration of trees, woodlands or hedgerows will be resisted, the vegetation clearance prior to the submission of the application did not require planning permission, i.e. it wasn't development, and the Forestry Commission has confirmed that no felling licence was required. Consequently, there is no conflict with Policy Collie 2, as there is no development subject to this application that would result in the loss, damage or deterioration of any trees on or adjacent to the site. In summary, we would concur with your officer's assessment of the proposal that it would be acceptable in planning terms. We would respectfully request, therefore, that members approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I'd like to ask Mrs. Ormsby, Wendy, the neighbourhood plan was referred to as having been disregarded. Could you make any comment on that, please?
It's not disregarded. There is, I was just having a quick look, so reference. So, for example, on page 365 of the agenda, there's reference to the Colleton Neighbourhood Plan, where it's comments, for example, that as with the Stevens Local Plan, the Colleton Neighbourhood Plan does not include any policies which explicitly support development of the nature proposed.
Yeah.
The proposal is therefore considered to represent a departure from the development plan. So there is, and then Policy Collie 2 of the Colleton Neighbourhood Plan is referenced under the assessment of impact on character and appearance of the area. Policy Collie 1 is referenced when considering ecological impact, etc. So I'm quite satisfied that the officer, the case officer, had full regard to the Colleton Neighbourhood Plan.
Thank you very much. And as Wendy says, it's on page 365.
Chair, just that Councillor Davey, in a minute you've got to wipe all the microphones out. You've hooked up the wire in your thing.
Put his foot in it again.
When he's stuff, it's going to start off the desk.
Right. Members, I open it up to discussion. Yes. Councillor Skinner.
Everything all right? Carry on. I think really the main issue that has been raised here today was the fact that it appears there are some other buildings where I garnered what it was, some other buildings within the curtilage of the, or certainly within the ownership of the particular applicant. So I think if I may question, perhaps Mr. Dalton Arwin on put the question to him, and why those buildings couldn't be used. And I think really because the issue that's coming here is whether or not those buildings could have been used, and there may be reasons why they can't, which is why I bear the question. And then the reason, obviously, then we would understand why we want the building there in the second place. If that one could be answered, I think it quells really any opposition to it. If I may do it through you, Chair, through that way.
Yeah, this is a question Mr. McCulloch asked during the assessment of the planning application. Essentially, there are other buildings on the site, but they're in use for other purposes. They're also not sufficient for the purposes that this building has been designed for. This is a purpose-built building that provides the need for the applicant's needs. So, put simply, this is the building that is required, and those buildings aren't sufficient for the purpose. So, yeah, that is the explanation, really.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
And as you know, sometimes it's cheaper and more economical to build a new build than to convert. I think that the 13 conditions, no, it's okay, you can, unless anyone has a question, yes.
Sorry, I do have a question, just following on from Councillor Skinner's question, which you've answered for him and me at the same time. There was a previous application on the site for another building that's actually never been put up further up on the site, if you like. We haven't got the site on the map, but that was previously been granted, but never been erected and used or anything. Can you explain why now we've got an application for another site down the bottom?
Well, obviously, this application is about the proposal that's been put in, and each application has to be dealt with on its own merits. Obviously, I've only been engaged to deal with this application. If it's not been built, well, it's not been built. This is the application that's before us today.
I completely understand that, but what I'm trying to ascertain is that's already got permission. Why that wasn't used, if you like.
We'll get the officer to answer to that. Is that other permissions extant, Wendy?
So, my understanding is that the previous permission has been part implemented, so would still be extant. That screen isn't working, which is what's throwing me, but this one behind is. I always thought there was no screens working, but the one behind is working, so that's better than nothing. So my understanding is that there was the 2017 application that was permitted, was an application to extend the curtilage, which included this access, which the existing access, and it came up through here into this area here, and it included within it permission for 2 outbuildings. This small one here, I believe, was constructed, and there's a second building that hasn't been constructed. So there has already been, an extension to curtilage there, and because it's partially implemented, that second building could be constructed at any stage in the future. It wasn't of a size, it was smaller, quite a bit smaller than the building that is proposed today.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Now, I was about to say, the 13 conditions that have been put on have obviously been put on there out of consideration, respect, and to protect the amenities of local residents. So just to make sure that all their concerns were addressed. Councillor Lawrence. That's it, it's on there.
Thank you, Chair. I think this application is quite reasonable in the circumstances, and it's obviously somebody who's got nature at heart and wants to make things look good in the countryside. And I would like to propose acceptance of the officer's recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there a second, please? Councillor Pratt.
I accept everything that Councillor Lawrence has said. It seems quite a decent application.
Thank you. Anything further to add? Councillor Desarum.
I think it's very positive that we've heard it's going to be beneficial for the applicant rather than for any commercial use. Yeah, I've heard that what we've heard is that it's obviously purpose-built for the applicant's personal use, and there's not going to be any sort of commercial issues on this. I mean, whilst we must encourage commercial aspects of it, clearly the disruption to residents isn't going to be as bad as if it was going to be on a commercial basis with lorries and visitors coming through. So I think because it's for their personal use, it certainly is very positive. And then we've also heard that it's not on a floodplain, the drainage will be improved. So all in all, we've heard it's very positive development, and that's why I too will join with others in supporting.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. The district ecologist did request an ecological impact assessment, and condition 12 makes reference to an ecological appraisal. So I just wondered whether that was the same thing, whether the district ecologists' objections or concerns about the application have been overcome?
So you're quite right that the initially an assessment was requested and it was then provided in support of the application, and that's the document that's referenced in condition 12, the November 22 document, and the condition is requiring that development takes place in accordance with the recommendations of that report.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Key, you were out. You understand that, of course, you do. Right, no more speakers. Over to you, Damien.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just clarify something with Mr Ormsby first? The recommendation at the start of the report just says approved with conditions, but further down on page 373, it then mentions about adopting the appropriate assessment first. Just to double check that the latter one's the correct one.
Yes, the latter one is the correct one.
Thank you. So, taking that on board then for Councillor Lawrence, happy with that? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we've got a proposal to adopt the appropriate assessment and to approve subject to the conditions outlined in the report in line with the Planning Officer's recommendation, put forward by Councillor Lawrence and seconded by Councillor Pratt. All those in favour, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in support.
All those against? No. None. Any abstentions?
Yes, one abstain. One
Two?
abstention.
2 abstentions.
2. Thank you. That motion's carried. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'll let people leave first before we go on. Okay, thank you for coming, Councillor Brown. Thank you for your contribution over the years.
She's not hoping to see you again. Obviously, you'll get elected then.
I've got to ask. Did I ask Peter Faithful if he had any interest? I don't think I did.
You haven't done no yet, not
No.
yet.
Right. Councillor Faithful, do you have any declarations of interest, please?
Yes. Affects NRI. I'm for the Fifi's building. I'm Town Council representative for Fifi's. I'm also through Ottery Refugee Response Group. We've been hiring the building for teaching English in the past for Ukrainian guests.
Thank you. Right, now, application 14, 221645, full, 9 Mill Street, Ottery St Mary, pages 406 to 431. Mrs Ormsby.
Sorry, I'm being thrown by the...
It works then and it's gone again. Oh no, it's back again.
So this is an application for the, well hopefully I think you can all see that screen, can't you? So I think I'm the only one who's been, I can use this screen. So this is an application for the construction of 3 detached dwellings to the rear of the old manse with associated amenity space and parking. And the site is Mill Street in Ottery. The scheme involves the construction of 3 detached 2-storey dwellings on an elevated sloping site to the rear of 9 Mill Street, and number 9 Mill Street is here on the location plan, identified in blue, and the application site then extends to this area here.
Microphone on.
Very sorry. So the proposal involves the construction of 3 detached 2-storey dwellings on an elevated sloping site to the rear of 9 Mill Street. 9 Mill Street is also known as the Old Manse. So the Old Manse is on here, which fronts onto Mill Street. And the land is this red line that goes around here. So effectively this is the development site, and access is via this lane here, which goes on to Franklin's Close. The site's obviously close to the town centre. The boundary of the designated Ottery St Mary Conservation Area bisects the site from west to east. And there's a protected TPO beech tree which is positioned on the western boundary of the site. The land has historically been used for the parking of staff and other vehicles and as a garden associated with the offices, which was the last use of number 9. And whilst it is vacant, the building could be brought back into use for that purpose. And this access here was used to access the parking area that was used and associated with that office use. Access to the parking facility is by this driveway, which is steep. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It is steep, and it's been the cause of quite a lot of the complaints and objections to this particular proposal. There's no vehicular access to the site from Mill Street itself. It's also relevant to note that planning permission was granted in 2018 for a development of 7 dwellings on the site. Using this access, that scheme only includes 4 parking spaces, but it was facilitating 7 dwellings. Just the permission itself lapsed in 2021 without being implemented, but you know, it does acknowledge the fact that the principle of redeveloping this site for residential has been passed within the lifetime of the current local plan and the local plan policies. The site being a town centre location, the principle of development is accepted, subject to all you know, satisfactory highway access, neighbour amenity issues all being accepted. So moving onwards, so here we see the site layout. So this is the number 9. Number 9 was originally incorporated into this proposal for conversion. However, because there's additional work needed regarding bat survey work, etc., that it's been removed from this particular application and will be considered at a future date. So now we're just considering the 3 detached dwellings, reusing the existing access way, and within this site you will see you've got plots, so adequate amenity space associated with each dwelling, and 7 car parking spaces in total, so 2 per dwelling and an additional parking space here to serve the site. There is also a footway that links around the site, so it would be a private footway just for occupiers of the development, linking through to the rear of numbers 9 and 11 Mill Street. However, it does open out onto third-party land, so I don't think we can necessarily rely on that. I mean, from the planning point of view, it's not an essential part of the scheme. It would be, you know, obviously convenient to be able to have a cut through to the main street, to Mill Street, but it's not an essential requirement to make this acceptable, because obviously there would be a requirement to cross third-party land to actually get out onto the road. These are the proposals, so these are the dwellings themselves. So here we've got plot 1. The external materials are render, timber or composite cladding and concrete tiled roof. But the details of the materials can be looked at in detail through planning conditions. And this is showing the layout. The proposals are for a 2-bedroomed, a 3-bedroomed and a 4-bedroomed dwelling, so a bit of variety in house size. This is plot 2, and you can see that it's a sloping site, so they're using the topography, so you've got a sort of a 2-storey element on the rear and a single-storey appearance on the front of that particular plot. And this is plot 3, which is taking up similar design cues, so quite traditional in terms of pitched roofs and using materials typical of the area. This is a cross-section through the site, so this is cutting through here. So we've got the developments in here, and then that's looking through the opposite side of the site. So you can see the change in levels as you go down. So this is Mill Street down here, and this is the upper end of the site here. And some further sections through the site with the new dwellings in grey here. So you've got Mill Street here, and the dwellings, existing dwellings on higher land to the rear. And then photographs. So this is the access road. So it is a narrow access track that comes off the cul-de-sac of Franklin Close. So you can see the entrance to it there, and it's sloping down towards the site. This is from within the site, looking up the track. So you can see that it is indeed a steep slope. This is taken from within the garden of, I believe, number 25, Franklin Close, looking, so that's within their garden, looking towards the application site. So the application site is the other side of this evergreen hedgerow boundary. And this is now looking from within the site towards the garden that the case officer was standing in when that picture was taken, just showing the screening that exists. This again is looking within from within the site up to existing houses. You can see the change in levels, and that the new homes will actually be being set at a lower level, are going to have less of an impact on neighbours in terms of any potential overlooking, overbearing impacts, because they're going to be at that lower level. This is the protected tree, which will be retained, and the layout has been designed to secure that there is no encroachment into the RPA of the tree. And this is looking down now towards Mill Street from within the site. So this is part of the developable area here. This is the annex within the building that is not included within the application site. And this is another view across to the site, one of the site boundaries, showing the vegetation. And then looking again across to houses up in Franklin Close. So as we've mentioned, the principle of developing in this town centre location is acceptable, subject to all other material planning considerations. And also mentioning that whilst the previous permission has now expired, there is still some weight to be given to the fact that we have previously accepted residential development on this site not so long ago. The report looks at all of the various issues and considers the impact on heritage, ecology, trees, neighbour amenity and drainage, and they're all considered to be acceptable, subject to appropriate mitigation measures and conditions. One of the principal matters of objection with both the Town Council and ward members remains the proposed access arrangements. Whilst it's acknowledged that is a very steep and narrow access way, it is nevertheless usable by cars. It has been used because it accessed a car park. That use, the previous commercial use, remains a lawful use. The site number 9 could be brought back into use. The changes in the use classes order actually mean it's quite wide, the type of uses that could be brought forward. So we have to give weight to the fact that there is that use has existed, it's been used, and could be brought into use for potentially more intensive uses in the future. So on that balance, we don't feel that we could justify a refusal on the grounds of that access way. And having regard to all other matters with no technical objections from any statutory consultees, and the provision of 3 houses, which obviously weighs, is a significant public benefit, provision of different housing, that the officer recommendation is for approval as set out in the officer report. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to bring forward Dave Hart, objector, please. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Hart.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. My name's Dave Hart. I live at the 25 Franklin Close, and that's the property that's most impacted by this potential development. Just a brief summary of the geography of the location. My objections fall into two categories: the access drive and the impact on the amenity use of my home and my garden. The drive, which you've seen a photograph of, is 148 foot long. It's 9 foot wide, and it's at a gradient of 1 in 6. That's the average gradient from one end to the other. And as you will have been able to see from the photographs, it passes within 6 inches of my living room. So it's like having a new road put right beside the house. Use of the drive by traffic. I've lived here for 24 years. In the first 4 years that I was here, the drive was used occasionally by the business to park 2 or 3 cars at a time. As a business use, this was limited to arrival and departure. So 4 to 6 movements a day, 5 days a week, say 30 movements. And that was typical of the use. It then fell into disuse as the property was no longer used as a solicitor's office. So for the last 20 years, there's been no traffic. I don't know if that sets a precedent. The proposed use includes provision for 7 parking spaces, and they would be for domestic use, which I think it's understood domestic use would mean more trips than commercial. If we were to say each person with a car came and went twice, four movements per car, 7 parking spaces is 28. Multiply that by 7 days a week instead of 5, it comes to 200 movements a week on average, as compared with the original 30. Add to the use of this drive for commercial vehicles. Before they can build it, they'll need construction materials, plant. Various vehicles will need to go up and down the drive. Generally speaking, they will pass through, touching both sides of the drive, the hedges both sides of the drive. No consideration of fire or ambulance. Anybody injured, the ambulance wouldn't be able to get down there. They'd have to carry them for the 146 foot up the 1 in 6 drive. Commercial deliveries, everybody gets Amazon these days. They won't be leaving parcels at the top of the drive. I can assure you of that.
That's 3 minutes, Mr. Hart.
Add to this the use of the drive by pedestrians, with nowhere for pedestrians to step off. The inclusion of a footpath around the properties, which connects the bottom of the drive with Mill Street, means there'll be a mix of traffic. There'll be pedestrians and vehicles, which seems to me to be a recipe for disaster. Just very, very briefly, the historical perspective on the planning position for this site. The planning officer currently dealing with the site is a chap called Nigel Barrett. In 1999, Nigel wrote, "I'm concerned that any intensification in the use of the existing drive, which is totally inadequate to accommodate additional traffic, would likely further adversely affect the privacy and amenities of the occupiers of 24 and 25. So 20 years ago, he came out quite strongly against this development. The planning inspector, there's been a number of applications. In 2004, on appeal, the planning inspector said the access would have no footpath and would have restricted width and would create significant risk of an accident.
Can you sum up now, please?
There have been further applications in 2014 rejected. In 2018, the previous application that's been referred to repeatedly. In the 2018 application came to committee And at the committee asked the advice of the planning officer, the chief planning officer, would this be permitted under the then emerging local plan? And he answered no. Under the current
Mr.
local
Hart.
plan, it wouldn't be acceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Thank you.
Sorry.
I'd like now to call Malcolm Gigg, the agent, please.
Thank you, Chairman. We have over the last 10 months worked very closely with the planning team to provide details and answers to all points that have been raised with regards to the application before you today. And this has culminated in a recommendation of approval by the planning team as set out in the officer's report. The officer's report clearly states that the proposal is acceptable in terms of policy and answers points raised by both the objectors, Town Council and District Councillor for the area. The main issue that was raised is the access, as you've been hearing. It is important to understand the history of the site, and it has been used for many years previously as a solicitor's office, as has previously been stated. And the rear access drive and car park have, on a regular basis, in excess of 10 cars, is the advice that we've been advised. These vehicles would, on a regular basis, access and egress the site. The officer's report clearly states that the rear drive access is a historic, existing, lawful use. The site previously held a permission granted in 2018 for 7 dwellings in the same area as the 3 dwellings proposed under the current application, utilising the same rear private access drive off of Franklin Close, as granted on the previous approval. We're simply looking to retain the access and use this for our current application. It is important to confirm at this time that County Highways have no objections to this application. The officer's report has also concluded that, in addition to answering all points raised, that the proposal would provide towards increasing the supply of housing for East Devon in the present lack of a 5-year land supply. In conclusion, we fully support the officer's report and recommendation for approval for this application. The approval of this application will enable a current redundant site to be developed and enhance the surrounding area of the centre of Ottery St Mary. Furthermore, I feel it important to state that the application has been supported by the District Planning Team, County Highways, Conservation Officer, Tree Officer, South West Water and Environmental Health. I would ask that the committee to follow the officer's recommendation for approval and support this application. Could I finally add that the houses are to be set down into the landscape. They're not breaking the skyline, and the principle of what we're trying to do is less dense than was previously approved by this committee last time. The access is existing, it has a lawful right, and we're only trying to reuse it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gigg. Do you have a question, Councillor Gazzard?
Yes, Chair, thank you. It's on the access. Are you confident that obviously you're going to have lorries going up and down through it, aren't you, with material, that they will be able to use that access and not cause any damage?
Yeah, we've already looked at it. It won't be large lorries for deliveries. It's going to be a smaller vehicle. So at the merchants, they're going to load in a smaller amount of material and bring it to the site. Now, the important part is, it was said earlier in the discussions that there is a pedestrian access way off of Mill Street at the bottom. What there actually is a right-of-way and a parking space that goes with the old manse at the bottom. That means they have access at the bottom to stage materials from the lower level if they wanted to. So it's only a matter of putting in the same as you'd use on scaffold, to put in a projecting ladder that lifts the materials up to the site at the lower side. So we're quite happy to look at these different ways, but we have looked at access for vehicles.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Question?
Yes.
Got another question, I'm afraid, about the drive.
Councillor Pratt, the microphone.
Oh, sorry, it's my
I do
fault.
beg your pardon. The driveway, Mr. Gigg. Is it right that it's going to be treated as a private driveway for the site?
Yes, it is, for 3 vehicles.
So no one other than guests of the eventual owners of the properties will have access to the,
That's correct.
to the drive. And secondly, the alternative site, the alternative access to Mill Street, I see that you're going to have a pathway going around the side of the site.
That's right.
And then you're going down a steep stairs.
There are existing steps that we're going to reutilise.
And have you got access to the Mill Street, though, from there?
Yeah, this is the area where they have, the Old Manse actually has a parking space at the bottom of the steps. So they have a right of way to enter that private area. So they have a right of way to pass over it.
Yes, so there is a right of way, in fact, for that little part.
That's my understanding.
With
yes.
the where it's an area which is at the side of the Old Manse, and the cafe on the other side.
Yes, I believe there is a cafe there. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
That's okay.
Thank you. Right, the other ward member, Councillor Faithful, please.
Thank
you
you,
have
Chair.
3 minutes. 5 minutes, sorry.
Yes, thank you. My main concern, as stated in my comments, written comments, is about the highway access. There's been a lot of talk about cars going up and down there. More and more people are shopping online, so there's more and more reason for commercial vehicles to go up and down that driveway. It is narrow, it is steep, and any pedestrians walking along that path, that drive, there's nowhere for you to go. And if it's wet and slippery along there, you know, it's a dangerous driveway to have that sort of type of traffic going along there. It's all this time there's talk about it being a solicitor's office and the car parking, but that, you know, there's people using cars to get to the office. It's not people living in that space, and that is what we're talking about, is that people living in there and walking from their home out to other places along the footpaths or whatever. And you know, it is extremely narrow. I don't know what it would take if anyone wants to view it to see how steep it really is, because it is steep. And you know, I have to walk along those places to deliver leaflets to all the houses, and all the driveways there are extremely steep. That is really so much of what the issue is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm assuming that the resident who spoke was aware of the drive when the house was bought, before you lived there?
Yes, but the kind of use that occurred then was very different from what...
I understand. Okay, Councillor Pratt, you have unlimited time.
Thank you.
Sorry. It's like he's going to live forever, isn't it?
Well, we've already heard about the planning permission granted in 2018 for the 7 dwellings and 3 units which have now lapsed. But there it is, and we now have an application for 3 detached 2-storey dwellings with 7 car parks on a badly neglected site in the town centre. Access to the site is via Frankly Close by a steep private driveway, which we've now heard is a private driveway only for the use of the people who own or will own the properties and their guests. DCC Highways have no objections to the access, so I feel that that is okay as far as I can see. And also in review of what's happened in the past with the planning permissions and the solicitors acting there for many years with their staff cars using the site regularly. The plans indicate, as we have heard, an alternative private footway, which I'm now satisfied has a legal access to Mill Street. So that is a good point for People don't have to worry about climbing a steep hill. You just walk down to Mill Street, and you're in the town centre. No more than a 2-minute walk, I would think. There is potential for the site to accommodate development without causing harm to the character and appearance of the area, and there is benefit arising from the provision of housing within a sustainable brownfield town centre location, all of which weighs in favour of the development. Lack of a 5-year housing supply also weighs in favour of acceptance of this application. Strategy 6, development within built-up area boundaries, supports the application, as does Strategy 24 regarding to development at Ottery St Mary, new homes within the town centre. Policy E9, proposals which would increase activity and uses in the town centre, is also in support of the application. And as I've said, there's a lack of a 5-year housing supply, which also gives advantage to the application. So I would like to support this application. I hope the others agree.
I'll second it.
It's not been proposed yet. We're not in debate.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
he's speaking as ward member. Formerly he spoke as questioner.
Oh, let him speak again then. Speak again and you can propose it.
Is that all right?
It's his last meeting.
Oh yes, yes, we need that, don't we?
Yes. Well, I would formally support the recommendation of the planning officer and subject to the conditions referred to in the report.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Lawrence? Anything to add, anybody? Councillor Key?
Yes. Yeah, you better let the seconder speak.
Oh, sorry. I thought...
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Chair, I'm not without feeling for the people that live close by. And the thing you have to bear in mind is that when they went into that house, that land was already being used. It is a brownfield site. It's useless as it is for anything other than to put some houses on it. And I just support Councillor Pratt's approval of the application. But I do understand where the existing residents are going to be concerned about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Key?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I remember this in 2018. We went on a site visit there, and when we went down there, I must admit I was horrified when they were going to try and sort of put 7 units there. And I said at the time at the meeting, I said it's far too many. I said it's ridiculous. But anyway, it was passed. I abstained from it because I wasn't happy with the number. But I think this number 3 now, we've been there, I've walked down there, walked all around the site back then, and I can't see a problem at all because, okay, yes, I mean, it's a bit of a narrow entrance. I mean, it just wants the hedge trimmed a little bit. But with regard to machinery now, I mean, you can get mini diggers that are 3 foot wide, and this is 9 foot wide. So, I mean, that's no problem. You can get smaller dumpers that are 4, 5, 6 foot wide. So, as regards to materials, there's no problem at all. But yes, I mean, I'm really in support of this because I think it's a site that really needs tidying up and building on. And I think that the 3 units will actually be a credit to the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Key. Councillor Davey?
Whenever you ask people where they want to see development located, they'll tell you, we want to see it in town centres, we want to see it in towns, not out in the open countryside on green fields. And then when we do have one in a town, all of a sudden there seem to be all sorts of objections to it. It's in a very sustainable location. The county highways have not objected, and moreover have said it's an ideal location for low car occupancy. And in spite of that, it does provide a number of parking spaces, so if people do have cars, they won't be adding to parking problems in the area, which I gather there have been. It's lower density than the previous applications, and there is a potential pedestrian access. I know we can't condition that because it goes onto third-party land, but it certainly is an existing pedestrian access, and I think the agent actually said there is a right-of-way, so even though it's third-party land, if it's designated as a public right-of-way, then it should be safe for future generations.
Did I see your hand go up, Councillor Skinner?
No, you didn't. I'm going to keep quiet.
My goodness me, I keep, you know. Anyway, deja vu, I think. Right, over to you, David.
Thank you, Chair. Just to double check again, it's one of these where the recommendation at the bottom of the report mentions about the appropriate assessment. Yeah. Yep, so happy to take that on board. Lovely. So we've got a recommendation to adopt the appropriate assessment and approval with conditions in line with Planning Officer's recommendation. That's been put forward by Councillor Pratt and seconded by Councillor Lawrence. All those in favour, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unanimous. Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion's carried.
Thank you. Agenda item 15, planning application 22-2305, full application, Ottery PP Day Centre, Brook Street, Ottery St Mary, pages 432 to 457. Wendy.
All right, thank you. So this proposal is for the replacement of existing community centre with 4 residential flats, brackets almshouses, with associated development to include access, landscape and drainage. And just by way of update, since this report was published, we've had comments from the ward councillor Johns objecting to the application on the grounds. Sorry, that's not relevant to this application. Apologies. Right, so this particular application follows the refusal of a previous scheme for the provision of 6 flats, which was under reference 202668 FUL. And that was, the reasons for refusal of that scheme were principally on the loss of community, the community facility, impact on the conservation area, flood risk and impacts on neighbour amenity, and that was refused at committee in October 2021. The site is located to the east of the town centre in a predominantly residential area, and it's within the designated Ottery St Mary Conservation Area. The front portion of the site here, as well as Brook Street itself, lies within flood zones 2 and 3. The site and building floor levels within the proposal are raised between 1.5 and 3 metres above that of the adjacent road and carriageway. And that has been done in response to the fact that the site is located within flood zones 2 and 3, which is one of the previous reasons for refusal. So to bring the finished floor levels above the flood level. So here is a site plan of the proposal. So it's a single building sitting within the site, which fronts onto Brook Street here. And this, so it's now a 2-storey building. Previously it was a 3-storey building with 6 units. Now it's a 2-storey with 4 units. However, to overcome part of the flood risk objection, the building itself has had to be raised above the street level. So whilst the scale is smaller than what was previously refused, it's not as small as if you'd taken a whole storey off, because whilst they've removed a storey, they've also had to raise the floor level of the ground floor. But it's a relatively simple design, gable frontage with tiled roofs. And this is the rear elevations of the proposal in here. And the floor plans, which are showing 4 one-bedroomed units. So this is looking towards the site. So this is the community centre in here, and the residential units that sit immediately behind it. And here's Brook Street here. That's another view of the community building. And this is the relationship with the residential uses behind. And at the moment, whilst these units have no dedicated amenity space of their own, they have effectively benefited from having this green open space around the community, building, and that sense of openness and space that it provides and affords. And this is looking across with the church behind and the community building in here. And this is a further view of Brook Street here, so where the new building would be located. So the proposal is for affordable units of accommodation. So obviously that is a significant public benefit, the provision of 4 affordable units within a town centre location. However, that needs to be weighed up against the loss of a community building. So one of the reasons for refusal last time was that it hadn't been demonstrated that there was no demand, or that this was no longer required by the community for community uses. And we still haven't had any supporting evidence to demonstrate that this building is no longer required as a community building. And there are local plan policies which state that we should be retaining community buildings unless there is evidence to show that they're no longer needed. So we haven't overcome that objection, which was one of the reasons for refusal last time. In terms of the scale and design, which was a previous reason for refusal, we're located in the conservation area here. Whilst the scale and design is better than it was previously, officers are still concerned that it's a building effectively that is, there's no sort of common building line along here, and effectively the community building itself is a bit of an anomaly in terms of its siting. But putting a larger building in this location will make it more visually prominent and more sort of apparent in terms of the fact of being out of keeping in terms of that siting. It's almost a bit like even though it fronts the road, it's almost like a bit of a backland feel to the siting and development. So the officers' consideration is they haven't overcome the previous objection on grounds of adverse impact on the significance of the heritage asset, the conservation area. And then the third issue, which is looking at the location in the flood zone. So whilst they have raised the building up so that it is above the flood levels for the area, it is still nevertheless in flood zones 2 and 3. And there is a requirement to address the sequential and exception tests. So basically the MPPF is telling us that we should not be approving residential uses, certain vulnerable uses, and this is classified as a vulnerable use, within flood zones 2 and 3. And that if we are going to consider it, we need to go through a particular process. And the first one is the sequential test. And one of those tests is it demonstrated that this use could not be located anywhere else outside of flood zones 2 and 3? And we are not satisfied that it isn't possible to deliver this type of use outside of flood zones 2 and 3. So we don't consider that the sequential test is passed, and therefore it would not be in conformity with the MPPF if we were to approve this, notwithstanding the fact that they've done that technical thing of lifting the floor area out of the actual flood height zone. So in the circumstances, therefore, and whilst the provision of affordable housing would again ordinarily be welcomed, in the wider planning balance, it's not considered that this benefit would outweigh the harm caused by the proposal in terms of the loss of the existing community facility, the dominating mass and scale of the development, and subsequent harm to the conservation area, Harm to the amenity of the surrounding residents, which is something I didn't pick up on, is again, the scheme was previously refused because of sort of the overbearing and really uncomfortable close proximity with the windows and outlook of the residential units behind. So in addition, that would not be acceptable, and there still is conflict with flood risks interests, and as such, the application is recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Passy, on behalf of trustees of Ottery Fifi Charity, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to, I am the chair of the trustees of the Ottery Fifi Charity. So Ottery Fifi Charity is a medieval almshouse charity which dates from 1440, when land was bequeathed to 12 trustees for charitable purposes. The charity continues with a body of 12 trustees to this day, not the same ones, of course, and became registered in 1970. In the 1970s, the trustees updated the almshouses in Yonder Street and Sandal Street and built 6 new flats in Chapel Lane, so creating 22 flats which can house up to 26 needy people. 18 of the flats are bed-sitting room flats and the remaining 4 are one-bedroom flats. Under their current scheme, the trustees may use up to 1/2 of their income towards making grants or paying for items for needy people. The remainder of their income must be used in keeping the flats insured, maintained and repaired, updated, and if necessary, rebuilt. They are entitled to charge maintenance and service contributions for the flats. In 1970, the charity acquired the timber building now known as Ottery Fifi Community Centre. It was built by the then DCC Education Authority as a temporary classroom for the old girls' school and was used until the primary school moved to Longdogs Lane. The centre was used until recent COVID restrictions as a meeting place and for coffee mornings by local organisations. It is now back in operation again and getting some bookings. In recent years, the trustees have become concerned about the increased cost of maintaining the building. They certainly could not afford to rebuild the centre in the future, nor would it be within the scope of their scheme to do so. It is for this reason that they have investigated the possibility of replacing it with 4 purpose-built flats, which will also be available for local needy people. The trustees consider their flats to be affordable housing for the local community, as they are currently let at £70 per week, which includes the provision of background heating and hot water and payment of water rates, although it is accepted that the removal of the centre means the loss of a community facility. They consider this is more than compensated for by the building of more affordable accommodation for the community. They anticipate the waiting list of applications for such accommodation is likely to increase in the future. Amid a housing crisis in England, something that charity trustees and charity tenants are acutely aware of, we feel that purpose-built almshouses could make a meaningful difference to the Ottery St Mary community. Obtaining planning permission, or at least your committee's support...
That's 3 minutes.
I've got 2 lines. For the principle of the proposed residential use, as it is an important step towards delivery of the project. Trustees are grateful for the opportunity to present this information to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There's been talk about this as being affordable homes, but I think we should be describing it as social housing. It's not just low cost. You can't buy them. You can only rent them. you also have to be a local resident to be able to have a space in there. So it is very much community. It is a community asset, in my mind, even if it becomes housing rather than a community building as it is now. As it's been described, this was built as a temporary classroom about 50 years ago, and it's pretty much at the end of its life. So to keep it going for much longer, you're not going to have much building left to keep. I am a little bit concerned about the proposed steps, and I have suggested staggering the steps so that in the event of a flood, there's still access onto Sandhill Street if the steps are staggered, particularly for people with like Zimmer frames. But other than that, I think I would support this with those minor changes to the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. Proposals for providing housing for persons in need more than justifies approval of this application. You've heard that the tenants are in these cases in need of housing, and they are in difficult positions where they need help from this charity. The situation regarding the planning meeting on I think it was the 28th of October 21 when the application was last dealt with, when it was refused by the planners on the grounds that the property was too large, basically. It was then, of course, 3 stories high with 6 flats. The trustees listened to what the planners and the committee said about the size of the buildings, and they have now brought it down to 2 stories and 4 flats. So I don't think one can criticise now the mass and scale of the building. That, in my view, would be wrong. The trouble now we have to deal with is Strategy 32 and Policy NP 17 of the Neighbourhood Plan. Strategy 32 says permission will not be granted for the change of use of current or allocated social or community facilities where it would harm social or community gathering, unless options for retention of the site or premises for its current or similar use have been fully expressed or explained without success for at least 12 months, and there is a clear demonstration of surplus provision in the locality. And there's a similar clause in the Neighbourhood Plan Policy 17. There must be justification to provide a change of use in these cases. The situation regarding the use of these buildings, if I could just get the document here, Messrs. Savills acted as agents for the trustees, and in their statement, which the planners have received, there was an information that £14,000 was paid over 2015 and 2016 for extensive repairs and upgrades to the community centre roof, external walls, hall, lobby and toilets, and income has for the last few years been literally negligible. Going back to 2017, net charity income £27. 2018, net charity income £358. 2019 net charity income minus £130. And of course, we've had 2020 and 2021 with the difficulties of the COVID problems. That the restrictions there have made things even worse for them. So that's the situation we're under. So what we now need to do to persuade the committee is whether or not we can allow this application to be approved. The next point I want to raise on that point is bear with me please, is whether or not we are going to cause a problem for the community if the community hall is closed. Well, there are local alternatives to the community centre. The Institute in Yonder Street, just round the corner from this centre, advertises as a multi-purpose facility available for hire to organisations and individuals, accommodating a wide range of groups, clubs and events. Then the Town Council own the Ottery Station Community Hub, again available for hire for low cost to surrounding parishes for their use and to commercial organisations at a commercial rate. In addition to those two places, the Town Council have used their own building for hire, and groups do hold meetings there and various other events. Ottery St Mary Football Club, Ottery St Mary Cricket Club, both have the facilities where clubs do go and have events or hold events there. Various churches also do the same, as do the Ottery St Mary Primary School and the King's School. The number of cafes now in the town, people can go in there and have a cup of coffee with a group of friends if they wanted to. So there is plenty of places available for these meetings to take place and for groups to meet. So on that score alone, I think we should be allowed to accept this application as approved, because there is a need, which is something which I think, well, we all agree it must have some significance. I should also deal with flooding. I hear we got a floor which is 1.5 metres higher than the street, surface of the street. That's quite a size, isn't it? 1.5 metres. So I wonder whether, if there was a flood there, whether there would be the whole town would be flooded. That's an exceptional flood, in my view. So on that case, I think we're covered there. So my view is that we should consider approving this application. I mentioned the mass and scale point, which I can't see that in view of the plans which have been shown today. Is it possible you could show the property? Yeah, that's the one. And the other ones, please. You can see that that's not a massive property. So the final one I want to, if you could please, the last photograph in the group. There's another one, isn't there? Yeah, that one there. That's where the you can see the part of the Brook Street. There is of course residential properties around the site, but even so, you've got the East Devon District Car Park opposite you, nearest to you there. Next to it, you've got Lovell's Van Hire Company with their vans parked there. There's a warehouse next to it. It's part commercial, part residential. So I feel that this application should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pratt. Wendy, I believe you have a statement from Councillor Jones.
This application falls within my ward, and I'm aware that there have been a couple of planning applications put forward to remove the building and put up flats. I object to this application on the grounds that although the building was not used very much in the last few years, this was due to the pandemic. Since the pandemic restrictions have been lifted, the room is used regularly for various groups, including a crochet and chat group, language lessons, etc. I have personally attended the crochet and chat group and asked the members whether they would use the other facilities that are available. So the cricket club, football club, the old boys' school, etc. have all answered that they would not. The reasons for not using that other building is because of the distance to walk to them. Many don't drive, and it is a fair walk to either the football or cricket club, involving various steep inclines. The old boys' school is more central, but the people I spoke to have advised that it is very cold, whereas the Fifi building is warm, cosy, and within walking distance and on the flat. The other reasons for my objections I have already submitted. They include the change of the area. It is set within a conservation area, and the flats would stand out massively. They would also overlook the surrounding accommodation. There is no parking provided, which would impact the area considerably. Then there is the fact that it is sited within a flood zone, which cannot be changed. So on the above reasons, I object to this application. I do reserve my right to change my mind if further evidence comes to light.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Desara.
Yep, thank you very much, Chair. I think both the ward member and Diane Passy made very positive contributions about how this could become the flats as discussed. But when we talked this morning, in our meeting this morning, we referred to policy, and I note on page 453, it clearly specifies, it is therefore concluded on this issue that the sequential test would not be satisfied. So that's why I felt our hands are tied, and it's very, it is very unfortunate because it's a very hard issue to go away with. But it's you clearly can't defy the policy statements on this occasion, as we heard this morning. So for that reason, I would propose, if it's not already been mentioned, to go along with the recommendation of refusal, just because it doesn't meet the sequential test. I totally appreciate what everyone has said about the need for flats, the need to do all those things, but I feel that we would be very much astray as a committee if we deviated from our policy, which was very much in our minds earlier this morning. So I leave it there, Chair, and see what happens next.
Right. Proposer, is there a seconder, please? Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I have some sympathy for the trustees here. I can see that they're between a rock and a hard place. They're trying to maintain this building. It's costing them a lot. And they're looking for alternative uses for the space. However, I think there are just too many reasons here that do not, in my view, mean the provision of 4 social housing, call them what you like, assets would overcome. Firstly, it is a community building, and it's strongly supported by the neighbourhood plan and by our own strategies, and I believe it's listed as a building of community value, I think, in the Ottery neighbourhood plan. It's stated that there are 10 days or more a month when it's not in use. Well, that actually leaves 20, which translates to 5 days a week. I don't know if that's what it's actually used for, but I'm sure there's quite a lot of public spaces that would be very grateful for that amount of usage. The visual impact is still there in a conservation area. It is an outlier to the building line. As Mrs. Ormsby said, it's kind of a bit of a backyard development, and it would still be extremely high. In order to raise it above the flood level, in order to address that issue, they've had to raise it lower it by 1 story, but also raise it by quite a considerable amount. So we've still got the flood issue, and even if the building itself isn't flooded, access can then become an issue, particularly if you've got vulnerable people in there, and therefore it fails a sequential test. So I think on balance we have to accept the fact that much as I can appreciate they'd love to develop this, it's just not acceptable for a number of reasons which the officers have outlined in the recommendation for refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Yes. The sequential test, does that come under policy EN 21? And if it does, it excludes minor developments and changes of use.
This would not be a minor development in the way that the phraseology that they use it when they're talking in the MPPF and the Environment Agency about classification of development. So minor development would be sort of a conservatory or an outbuilding. So it's not a change of use because the building is going to be demolished and a new building constructed. So it wouldn't fall within that. So the sequential approach is definitely something that we do need to apply. And in the Environment Agency's consultation responses, they quite specifically say that we as a local planning authority do need to consider this in the light of the sequential test and the exception test.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I'm torn on this one. I mean, I do feel for the charity because at the end of the day, if they can't afford to carry out repairs, the place is going to fall down. So it won't be a community asset any longer. But on the other hand, even raising the floor by 1.5 metres, when the people leave the building, they're still going to be going out into flood water. So I really do not know which way to go on this. It's one of those things where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, because the building obviously needs considerable repairs done to it on a regular basis because it's getting on, and it's way beyond what it was actually built for. But I'll listen to what everybody else has to say. I really don't know which way to go on this.
Councillor Key.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I mean, with this building, I mean, Councillor Pratt gave us some figures on it, so you can't say that it's sort of really flourishing, can you? I mean, this building. Looking at that picture there, if that floods there, then I don't fancy the chances of any of them cars that are likely to be there. They'll be underwater. So, I mean, I think the flood issue is a little bit exaggerated in the fact there. I've driven along that road, and to me, I mean, I think they're, you know, as I say, the flood issue is exaggerated a bit. I totally agree with what Councillor Lawrence had just said. I mean, if the Fiofis decided, right, we're not going to spend any more money on that, what do we have to do? Wait until it falls down before we can actually get the permission to put something good there that is going to earn money for the Fiofis, for the people of Ottry. It's not for outside people, it's for people of Ottry. And I really feel that, you know, that this should be approved, because it is a very sad situation to be in. Okay, I mean, we've heard one side that a lot of people use it, and then on the other hand, we've heard that it's not very well used. So which one do we take? It's piggy in the middle, basically. Sorry, I can't support refusal on this.
Thank you. That's not material planning consideration, the state of the charity, I'm afraid. But certainly being in a flood risk zone 2 or 3 is high risk. And I don't think we should be ignoring that. So, did we get a proposal?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, it was you two. I thought it was. Councillor Skinner.
Somebody's got their...
No, it's on all the time.
Oh, no, it was over there.
That's it. Yes, I'm like many others here. I mean, we can take that view that, as what you were saying, Chair, that it's not planning and consideration what the site of the charity that's running this, but in actual fact it is, isn't it? If they're losing money, if you took a position of said, if this building wasn't there, would we, and there was going to be a recommendation to put these houses up, would we approve it? The answer to the question is probably yes, we would, because we just passed one that's in the middle of the town. We must stick with the fact that the building is there. And the reason why I would imagine that the Fifi charity have come to this committee on this is partly because they can't actually see their way forward as to how they're going to keep this building going. It's a fact that's staring us straight in the face. So they've come forward in what they can see is the only way forward for this charity to operate. And the way they're trying to operate is, say, if we were to do away with the building and we put up a development that is actually going to benefit some of the local people by putting in a development, affordable housing or social housing, as what was suggested earlier, you'd actually see that there's quite a massive gain here for Ottry St Mary. And if you're to say that it was the only, so if it was a village and it was a village hall, I could understand that, because that's the only village hall, that's the only place they've got to go. Ottry St Mary, and Councillor Pratt was quite right, it's quite a mass with lots of different buildings for meeting of organisations and whatever. And really, if you want to talk about planning consideration, it's one of the planning considerations. We like it there, it's a bit smaller, it's a bit more homely, so that's why we like to sit. Well, that's because the heating's on, it's not paying any money. You know, at the end of the day, we want a bit of reality here. Reality is that this particular charity cannot afford to run this building anymore. And what is going to happen, it is going to fall into disrepair to the point that it closes. I don't want to see, when people come forward with planning applications, that we're just going to watch it wither on the vine to the point we then go, oh yes, okay, we better then. Here's an opportunity to do something which I think is really commendable for the Fifi Association, or sorry, community charity, and something that is going to be of a benefit to the town of Ottry St Mary. Now, I'm not sure what the planning reasons we would need to give on the basis of getting over this. I think the flooding issue, when you see, if you might go back to the building, if you don't mind, please, Wendy, where the picture of it, where it's up about, it says in here, sorry, the other one, forward again.
That one.
Oh, that one. It says in here, and within the papers on page 433, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth paragraph down, the site located to the east of the town centre, blah, blah. The front portion of the site, as well as Brook Street itself, lies within flood zones 2 and 3. I take that on board. The site and building floor levels are raised between 1.5 to 3 metres above the adjacent road carriageway. 3 metres? That's 10 feet. That's massive. You know, at the end of the day, come on, let's have a little bit. We need to have a little bit of clarity here on where this is going. One, accept the fact that the Fifi community charity cannot afford to run this building, so therefore it's going to run down. 2, we've got an opportunity to put something in that's going to be really good, that's going to benefit for the people. That's the opportunity to benefit the people of Ottry St Mary. They're putting in 4 residential flats. Armed houses, by the way, is the way they've got them working to provide housing for the people of Ottry St Mary. And don't tell me that Ottry St Mary doesn't have people that are in need of housing, because they do. There's something good to happen here, people, and we need to stand up and smell the coffee.
You've already spoken, Councillor Pratt. Wendy?
Just to come back on a couple of the points, I think in terms of the community use, I think actually the very start, of course, as officers, where there's provision of social housing in whatever guise, it's something we're always going to want to support. You know, obviously it's a really important thing. But we do have to look at it in the context of all our planning policies, not just that one. So in terms of the community building, it hasn't been evident. So the policies, as you know, has been outlined to us, are very clear that that protection of community facilities is a really, really strong and important thing because they are few and far between. So we're in a town here, so yes, there is a greater number, but nevertheless, they are few and far between. And what hasn't come forward is an indication, for example, of marketing this building as a community building for other places. You know, might the local scout group be looking for a new building? You know, so are there other community uses that might want this building? And if the answer is no, and it's marketed, there's a sort of a comprehensive sort of consultation with local organisations that use these kind of facilities, it may be that it does then meet the tests of the policy because it's been demonstrated that it is actually no longer required as a community building. But we do need to be very rigorous in how we apply that policy and only be allowing these buildings to go when it's really clear that they are no longer needed. So that's that issue. In terms of the flooding, so the height above the flood level, the Environment Agency have said that the proposed floor levels are acceptable. They do not object. They are now high enough that the building itself would not flood at times of flood. So that's not the issue, the height. The issue with the height is obviously it impacts the scale of the building because it means the whole building is higher. The issue is that it's in flood zones 2 and 3 and we have to apply the sequential test. So we need to be confident that there is no alternative location for the proposed development. Because it's a housing-led development, there are, you know, many sites on which are allocated for housing that could come forward for housing. So it hasn't, again, been demonstrated to us that this particular use has to go on this site. So therefore, it doesn't satisfy the sequential test. And that's a requirement of the MPPF. So, as I was saying, it's not that the building itself is deemed to be susceptible to flood, but there is the issue of safe access and egress at times of flood. Can emergency vehicles access the property, etc., which is also a relevant consideration. Then in terms of the neighbour amenity, which was one of the previous reasons for refusal, the window-to-window distances with the properties, the existing properties here, are 11 metres, whereas we would normally be wanting a minimum of 20 metres, and these are properties with balconies looking out onto the rear elevations of those properties. So again, that, you know, we also do have to have regard to the impact on amenity of neighbouring properties, existing residential units, and what's their quality of their residential amenity going to be in the future. So we're looking at all of that in the whole, and I completely understand, you know, the provision of this type of you know, housing, which is very much needed. It is something that naturally you want to try and support, but we do feel as officers that in this case there are too many policies which this does not accord, and the public benefit of delivering those houses does not, sad to say, outweigh the harm that would arise from approving this as it currently stands.
Can I respond to that, Chair, please?
Is it a question?
It is actually, yeah. On that basis, we're faced with, and I'm going to do the same as what we've done with one yesterday, do we want it or don't we want it? If what you're saying is the weight that would be applied to this particular application was partly dependent upon not understanding the use of the building, whether or not other people could actually use this building to pay for it, which answers the question of which I've raised as an issue why we should be going for supporting an approval. But in actual fact, what you're saying is if somebody else was out there, they could pay for it and they could keep it up, so then that keeps it there. So I get that as a point. So does that mean then that what we could do is, knowing that the Fifi Charity Community Centre people are here, that we could suggest to them that we defer this application until such time as they do a test, whatever it is, to see put it out there to see if people come along to take that up, because that would then give us clarity. So the choice is a deferment until they were to do that, or we refuse the application and they come back because they'll get a free go, I take it, after the work is done. It's one of two. The difference between a refusal and a deferment, in my opinion, is this application is concurrent, it's already running. It won't give them extra cost, and they could come back with that information, which we need. And if that information came back that somebody did want it or somebody didn't, that would actually weigh, would it not, in planning terms on whether or not you as officers as a balanced view would have tilted this one to refusal to actual approval.
Wendy.
So yes, certainly if there were further information forthcoming, then that could impact on the overall planning balance. However, the timescale to do that, I don't necessarily see it as being practical to defer this. The application could be withdrawn, that exercise gone through and then resubmitted. But I think a deferral, because something like that could, and to be a meaningful exercise, you know, you might be taking 6 months to a year really to go through that process. So I don't think that a deferral would necessarily be the appropriate.
No, I'm sort of.
Yeah.
Councillor Disarm,
just a
is
quick,
it a question
just
or
a
an
quick,
amendment?
quick question for Mrs. Ormsby. Will that still take away the failure of the sequential test for flooding? Because obviously if they come back, what we want to remove is the flooding obstacle, because if we remove that, then even I'd say yes today.
So with the sequential test, it would need to be demonstrated to us that there's no alternative location for this particular development. And that would be the case for the applicant to make. As to perhaps the nature of the housing that they're proposing, the not-for-profit nature of the housing, the implications of that on what land is available to them for that type of development. So I'm not saying it can be overcome, but it could. It's, you know, I'm not saying that it wouldn't be possible, depending on, you know, what evidence they can put together to demonstrate that for this particular nature of social housing, there perhaps isn't an alternative site, but it hasn't been evidenced to us as yet.
No. Okay. Thank you. Right, I think we've covered that as well as possible.
Thank you, Chair. So at the moment we've got a proposal for refusal in line with the planning officer's recommendation. It's another one of these that actually down at the bottom it mentions about the appropriate assessment being adopted, and then it says to refuse for the reasons set out within the report. We've got that proposal put forward by Councillor Desarum, seconded by Councillor Davey. Are you happy with the addition of the appropriate assessment adoption? Thank you. So on that basis, voting for that refusal and that adoption of the appropriate assessment, all those in favour, please.
1, 2, 3, 4.
All those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Any abstentions?
1.
One.
So that's fallen.
So that motion's fallen.
That motion's fallen. Is there another motion? Councillor Pratt.
I'd like to, well, it's going to have to be a proposal against your recommendation. Is that right? The wording for approval.
Well, we're in the situation now where the motion of refusal is, you're now going to have to come back with reasons as to why, in your opinion, all 5 of the reasons to refuse can be overcome.
Vice Chair would like to ask a question, I think.
Oh, I would if it works.
It will now.
Oh, there we go. Look at that. I've sat and listened to this one, and I can really see why the community centre is needed and liked where it is. It's a shame it's not used. And I can also really see where the massive benefit comes from this hugely supported accommodation for local residents. And I'm sat here thinking, there has got to be a way where you can almost get both. So I'm wondering, and I'll throw this out there for you to think about, whether actually we defer this to go back to have another look at the plan to see if there is a way with this site that you can develop it in a way where you get this housing but also keep a community area that can still be used. That, for me, would work perfectly. You've got the community saying, I don't want to go to another area, I like this area, it's flat, we know it, it's lit, we use it a lot. So that's brilliant. But you've also got the need for this housing with our community in these areas. I mean, that's brilliantly funded housing, which I can imagine would be needed more and more with the current climate that we're going through at the moment. So for me, if we can get a balance of the two, it might mean that the community area is slightly smaller and, I don't know, 2 flats go on top, or it's in the middle and the flats go out to the side. However that works, that's not for me to decide or plan. But I'm wondering if, for me, that would sit better.
Are you making a proposal?
Yes.
For deferment?
Yes.
Right. Is there a seconder for that?
Yeah.
Was that Councillor Pratt or Councillor Skinner?
I wanted to go back to...
Can we take a seconder for this deferment first? Councillor Lawrence?
Yeah.
Councillor Skinner did first. You came in first. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no. Councillor Pratt, have you got a question or an amendment?
I want to put down the strategic points which will support the...
Yeah, microphone.
Wendy wants to have a word.
Yeah.
Your microphone.
Mr. Hunter did ask for the policies or strategic policies which would support what I was going to put.
Yes, Councillor, what I was saying, when the motion to refuse failed, then I said, well, we're in a position whereby if you do want to put forward a motion to approve, you're going to then have to say why each of the refusals can be overcome.
I've got that.
But Councillor, what we've had then is a proposal of an adjournment, well, a deferral, should I say, as I understand it, then to investigate if there's a way of keeping the community asset and having housing as well. So that's the motion that's been put forward at the moment. Again, I'd ask that Mrs Ormsby may wish to comment upon that, please. Yeah. But that's what we've got at the moment, so we don't need any reasons for approval because we've not got to that at the moment.
I think the proposal that Councillor Chamberlain suggested is a wholly different scheme, and we're not here really to suggest such a fundamental change to the application. It would be a completely different application, redesigned, new description of development, potentially different planning fee regime. I think we really need to today, unless there were deferral for some further information to support the scheme that is before us today. Yeah. I think otherwise we need to make a decision to either approve or refuse the scheme that is put to us. If the scheme, well, we've had a motion for refusal turned down, but obviously, you know, if it had been refused, then it would have been then, you know, for the applicant to perhaps seek to address some of the concerns in a future application. So I wouldn't recommend following the deferral route.
So would you withdraw that then, Councillor Chamberlain, deferral?
I can withdraw that, but then I'd be looking to go with refusal on the fact that an application comes back in within the next 12 months on a free go, which is slightly different to this one.
Well, as I second
we can still go for a deferral on the basis of actually what I said first time round, of combating the issues, if they were prepared, if the applicants were prepared to, combating the issues of, oh no, we did discuss that. We said it'd take too long, didn't we? All right, we'll have to come back to Mr. Councillor Pratt.
So I'll propose refusal on the fact that I'd hope that it comes back on a free...
Hang on a minute, before you do that.
Oh, sorry, okay. No, take it back.
Did you have a proposal?
We can't have a refusal.
Well, there's one just been made.
No. Refusal. It's been lost.
I know refusal's been lost, but the next proposal was deferment. That's been withdrawn. Now there's a proposal for refusal from Councillor Chamberlain. I'm in the chair, Councillor Skinner. Come on, Councillor Pratt.
I wish to make a proposal for approval.
I'm there's a proposal for... Now, is there a seconder for refusal, please?
Don't second it then.
What?
Can I ask then, just to try and clarify this, because it is a bit of an unusual situation. We've already had a vote in relation to refusal, and unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever you want to look at it, that motion fell. So what are we saying is now different about the proposal refusal that we're now putting forward? Are we not voting on exactly the same thing? So...
Well, because that...
We are in a difficult situation now, aren't we, really?
Because that one fell, Councillor Chamberlain put forward deferral. We were advised
That's a different motion that's been put forward. Yeah.
So she withdrew deferral, and then she proposed refusal. So we've gone back to refusal. As Mrs. Ormsby said, we should either be approving or refusing today. If we refuse, then the applicant can come back with a free go, maybe amend the plans to work something out between officers, maybe.
Well, I think the thing is, exactly, we're getting to the stage now where, you know, it's very unusual. I've never been in a situation where we've had this before, to be quite honest. You know, members, if they were minded to refuse the first time, you would have thought they would have voted to refuse. But, you know, perhaps on this particular occasion, members weren't quite sure what they were voting on, so perhaps we'll try again with the refusal, and we'll take it from there then.
That's hardly... That's hardly... Because Councillor Pratt was going to come forward...
Well, she has come in with that refusal before that happened, so I think we do have to go with the order of things. If it fails again...
Because I seconded it.
And it's been but she withdrew the proposal to defer.
So have we got...
So we now have... I'm quite clear on it. We've now got a proposal to refuse, seconded by Councillor Davey.
Right.
If that's supported by the committee, I don't know where else you can go without, you know, because... will you stop butting in, Councillor Skinner, please? The applicant can come back with another free go with amendments to this, an amended application then, put it that way. So I don't think anybody loses out on this.
We'll see.
Okay,
so we're going back then to the proposal for refusal in line with Plan Officer's recommendation. If this doesn't succeed, then obviously we'll consider the motion of approval if that's what's going to be put forward. But we'll try again with the motion of refusal first of all. So all those in favour of the refusal, please.
Can I explain why I'm doing this?
I think you've explained it already now anyway. So.
You started now.
So those in favour of the refusal, please.
3.
I've got 3. Those against?
1, 2, 3,
We're going to be here
4,
till
5, 6, 7.
No, we're not, because they'll go with approval.
And now,
So that's
any
fallen.
abstentions?
So that's fallen.
But to me, that's wrong, because they'll lose part of what they're trying to get.
Any abstentions?
No abstentions. 7 against, 3 in support.
Okay, so at the moment we're awaiting a motion to be put forward.
Can
I go forward?
Yeah.
A proposal for approval and strategy 6, strategy 24, policy E9 and the lack of a 5-year housing supply.
Right. Well, I think what we need to do, and I'll turn to Mrs. Ormsby for this for some assistance, is that we need to look through each of the proposed reasons for refusal and say why you believe that those can be overcome in the motion for approval. So if you can give your planning reasons as to why each of those can be overcome, then we may have a decision that might stand up to a challenge.
So, if I could just go through, so there's 4 reasons for refusal. Now, whilst they are, so whilst they're all individual, they do all go into a balance. So, for example, if you were left with just one of them, you might say that now there's only one issue, the benefits now outweigh the harm. So the first thing is the loss of the community centre. And the fact that it is considered to be contrary to Strategy 37 of the local plan and Policy NP 17 of the Ottery St Mary neighbourhood plan that seek to retain community uses unless it is clearly demonstrated that there is no effectual need for those buildings anymore. So the planning reasons for saying that you disagree and that you think that that is acceptable would be that's what we're looking for. Your planning reason for saying that you are satisfied that this does actually comply with those, that it has met the policy and that you consider that it's no longer required as a community facility.
Yes, I accept what you're saying, and I'm putting forward these other strategic policies as well.
Okay, and in what way do they? So I'm not trying to make things. I'm just trying to bottle it down.
On, in fact, from the last.
So for example, you did make some mention in your previous comments about the fact that you felt that the evidence provided did show that the building was not very well used. That you felt that the evidence did show that there was not a lot. You saying that there's a net loss in terms of the proceeds, that the running costs were really high, and that as a consequence you felt that it had been done. You feel that there's plenty of other community facilities in Ottery St Mary. Therefore, you could make the argument, if you feel it is correct, that actually you do feel it does meet the tests of those policies.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. So that would be, so the first one would be it does meet the tests, in your opinion, of those policies. Okay. So then we go on to reason number 2, which is flood zones 2 and 3. So the key issue there is the sequential test, and that we need to be able to be confident that we're saying there's no other site that we think could reasonably come forward to deliver this type of development. So in considering that, you might want to consider, for example, the nature of the applicant, the type of housing they're delivering, and where may they actually have the potential to deliver this type of housing. Because my understanding is that they own this site, but they probably don't own land elsewhere. Yeah. So, for example, you know, if that was was your view that you feel it does meet the sequential test for those reasons.
Yes, they haven't got any vacant land available.
Because it's a particular type of applicant. Then the third one is the impact on the conservation area. So the officer view is that the scale and massing and design is not in keeping with the conservation area.
We're against that point because the building has been reduced in size from 3 stories to 2. And you've seen photographs of the plans. There's not a mass there any longer. The applicants have listened to what the planning officers and the committee said last time in October of last year.
So what I'm understanding is that you're saying that you think that the impact on the conservation area is acceptable and that
yes.
it doesn't have a significant adverse impact on the conservation area.
That's right. I mean, you've seen you've got photographs there, haven't you, of the site, and the surrounding area, it's very much commercial in that part of Brook Street.
So then reason 4 is the impact on the residential amenity of the occupiers of Robert Hone House here. So the officer view is that the proximity of intervisibility between windows is too close, and it will have an adverse impact on the amenity of these occupiers.
I think that area has been reduced slightly between Robert Hone area and what would be the new building. But there is a gap between the two, isn't there? Can you give me an idea of what it is, roughly?
Look, Councillor Pratt, you should be speaking to the committee.
I am sorry.
Through the chair.
I am sorry, Chair.
But the conservation officer is opposed to this.
Yes. There is sufficient space between the two properties, or the intended property.
Okay, so you consider there's adequate space around the buildings
Yes.
to have an acceptable impact on amenity?
Yes.
Okay.
Conservation officer.
And then the sort of the concluding reason for refusal is that the social benefits arising from the housing don't, in the officer's view, overcome the harm. So you're, I'm assuming you would be saying the opposite. You think that the social benefits do outweigh any
Absolutely.
adverse impacts.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, Damien.
Let's have a go at summarising that. Happy for you to step in, Wendy, if you feel the need. So we've got proposed approval, reasons being that the loss of the community centre is not contrary to strategy 37 of the local plan and policy MP 17 of the neighbourhood plan. It meets the test because the building's not well used, the running costs are high, there are plenty of other facilities in Ottery St Mary. Number 2, in your view, it does meet the sequential test because this particular applicant only has this land available and is just as this land available and this particular applicant being a charity. That's what I was looking at. Number 3, it is not of excessive mass and scale, and so the impact on the conservation area is, in your view, acceptable. It doesn't have a significant impact on the surrounding area. Number 4, there is sufficient space around the buildings to be acceptable, to have an acceptable impact on amenity. And number 5, the social benefits do outweigh the adverse impact. Right, if we put that to the vote then, all those in favour, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All those against?
1, 2, 3.
And any abstentions?
No.
No. That motion is carried then. Thank you.
Oh, did we get a seconder?
No.
I was seconding it. I thought I seconded it.
Yeah, he did.
Oh,
He did.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
I didn't
Sorry.
write it
Yeah.
down, sorry.
I know I'm going to butt in now, but could I thank Mrs Ormsby for the excellent way in which she'd helped Councillor Pratt through this
Brilliant.
problem. Thank you very much indeed.
Brilliant.
You should be commended for it.
Well done.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Excellent.
Yeah, but it might affect future decisions. This is the thing. She's a very professional officer. Item 13, planning application 222632, full application, Clarkham Cottages, Swan Hill Road, Colliford, pages 390 to 405. It's the last application of term.
Okay, so this application is for the construction of one dwelling with means of access and associated work. It is in this site here, within Colliford, and it is a site that previously accommodated 2 dwellings that were seriously damaged in the 70s and 80s and have sort of mostly fallen down, disappeared, been reused. There's a little bit of a structure of one of them left, but nevertheless, you know, it was a site previously used for dwelling houses. The site is in an accessible location in walking distances of a service station, cafe, pubs, post office, shop, butchers, etc. And it's close to bus services to Exeter. Here is the site here, and this is the proposed footprint of the new dwelling, which is following on with the prevailing characteristic of being pretty much back of the street here, in line with the character of the area. And this is showing that suitable visibility displays can be achieved from the proposed access. So this is the design of the dwelling, quite a substantial dwelling, but the road elevation is very much following a more sort of historic approach in terms of its design, but will be in keeping in terms of scale, materials, design with the village itself. And this is the rear elevation, which has got a little bit more of a contemporary feel to it. And it's an L-shaped building with this gable projection coming off the back. And those are the side elevations. So that's the elevation you will see through the access coming down the road. And the floor plans, that's the ground floor and first floor. So 4 bedrooms upstairs. And this is the application site. So this is looking within the application site, the garden area. This is the adjoining dwelling, the neighbouring dwelling on the site. And here is the frontage at the moment. So I believe this is sort of remnants of what's been there. And there's, again, remnants of buildings along the frontage here. So this is where the new building would be located. And this is neighbouring properties. So as you can see, I believe that's a listed building, the thatched building here, and the access towards the village. And this is immediately opposite. No, I think this is looking at the main junction area from the site, and looking back down the road again into the village from the site. So in terms of looking at the considerations here, the site is in a sustainable location. It previously accommodated dwellings, so previously there was 2 and now there's going to be 1. We are looking at this in the context of 5-year housing land supply, where there's a tilted balance in favour of sustainable development. The site is deemed to be having adequate access to local services. It'll actually have some benefits in terms of the impact on the conservation area through, getting rid of those sort of half buildings that are left and putting in a well-designed building in its place. And the minor environmental benefits through electric charging, air source heat pumps that are proposed. So on balance, there's considered to be no adverse impacts arising from the development, and it is recommended for approval.
Thank you, Wendy. Mr. Dalton Aram, agent.
Thank you, Chair. Again, thankful for the officer's positive assessment of the application and would agree with the recommendation and the suggested conditions. As identified within the committee report, as Wendy's touched on, the site name Clark and Cottages refers to the fact that it was formerly occupied by 2 thatched cottages, and these were demolished following a storm several decades ago and never reinstated. The remnant building on the site has for many years been used by the applicants for storage. However, the dilapidated state of the building contributes little to the character and appearance of the area, and its removal and replacement with a high quality dwelling would be a benefit to the conservation area. The proposed dwelling has been informed by pre-application advice from the council and carefully designed to respond to its location and nearby listed buildings. The significance of the conservation area is its verdant setting that can be appreciated from within the villager centre, and the gaps between buildings that are referenced in the conservation area appraisal. This also identifies the gap at the site as an important view looking down from Colley Road. Further, careful consideration has been taken to provide a visual gap between the listed Ship House next door and the proposed dwelling, maintaining the sight line of Ship House along the A3052 from the tram crossing. In addition, the gap to the southwest of the proposed dwelling also provides a green open buffer to maintain visual separation between the sites. The proposal's design in terms of its height, bulk and scale takes into account the adjacent listed building, and the two-storey element of the proposed dwelling is located at the lowest point of the site, adjacent to existing dwellings, while a lower single-storey element located on higher ground is to the southwest. This is partly to replicate the character appearance of the site's former cottages, but also to ensure that the bulk and scale of the dwelling, including its ridge height, would be subservient to the adjacent buildings. Traditional materials of construction are proposed, which are representative of materials in the vernacular of other dwellings in the surrounding area, and a mix of render and stone is proposed, with natural slate roofs and brick chimneys. We would concur with the committee report that there are accessible facilities within Colliford, and nearby public transport links mean that any environmental harm would be minimised. Further, there are heritage benefits identified to the conservation area, and environmental benefits by providing EV charging and air source heat pumps and the like. Finally, the proposal would not harm protected species or have likely significant effects on the Beer Quarry Caves and Beer Quarry and Cave Special Area of Conservation. In summary, we would concur with officers' assessment of the proposal that it would be acceptable in planning terms, and will respectfully request that members approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Key.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I mean, the only other bit of information there is, of course, they've got tram transport as well there, right on there. But I can remember, in actual fact, when these buildings actually got destroyed. So it's going to be nice to think that something's going to be replaced in it, and I think it's a good design. And will be in keeping with the area, and I'm more than happy to put forward the approval which is recommended.
Right, so seconder? Councillor Lawrence, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Chair. I used to live just up the road from here, and it's been a bit of an eyesore for years. And I think that the villagers in Colliford would welcome this application. I think it's a brilliant idea, and I have no hesitation in seconding the proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Desarum, did I see your hand go up? Councillor Gazzard. Right. Councillor Davey.
Just a quick question for Mr. Dalton-Oram, if I may. I don't see any proposal to put solar panels on this. You wouldn't want them on the front because it's in a conservation area, but it might be possible on the rear of the building, away from the street side. And that would be, according to my plan here, southeast facing, which would be ideal.
Yeah, I wouldn't kind of doubt that. I think, yes, solar panels could be accommodated on the rear elevations of the property. We haven't really proposed them because at this stage we were kind of focusing on the pre-app advice, and that talks about kind of the setting of the conservation area being the kind of most important thing. I suppose if permitted development rights weren't removed, we might be able to put them on the rear elevation. I wouldn't be against it, but yeah, we haven't proposed it as part of this application.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
I'm going to go along with this recommendation, but there's two other things that actually have add consequence to this, and this is for the outcome, is the parish council have very much supported this, as you can see within the report, and Councillor Helen Parr, I'm not sure about Councillor Arnold, but certainly Councillor Helen Parr has supported this application as well. And I think when ward members get in behind something, it's very, very well worth listening to what ward members have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So, no other hands up. Over to you, Damien.
Thank you, Chair. So we have a motion to approve with conditions in line with Planning Officer's recommendation, proposed by Councillor Key, seconded by Councillor Lawrence. All those in favour, please.
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. That motion's carried. Thank you, Chair.
Right, and on that harmonious note, I bring the meeting to a close. And before you go, I would like to thank all members for their contributions over the last 4 years, in particular the last 3 while I've been in the chair. And although, you know, things do get a bit heated and we disagree at times, we are still speaking to each other.
Democracy.
It is democracy. And for those who will not be standing again, best wishes for the future. As I say, even though we don't disagree, there are no hard feelings on this committee. And long may that continue. And thank you as well to the officers for their outstanding support and professionalism and advice and guidance. It's greatly appreciated by members of this committee, and I hope you know that.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank you, Eileen, for chairing this committee. I don't know too much about planning, but you always keep me on the straight and narrow. So thank you very much.
That's all right. I've got 2 cats at home, but I didn't expect to have a whole herd of them.
And up the Burnley.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody rush home now. The match is on in about 3 hours. You don't want to